like be ready before the kobolds discover the bodies. A few of us go out, like run up to the north, and when they come around the corner, we do like a little mini like distraction ambush while all the people run like down south to the tree line, and then we just make sure that somebody like stays with the cleric to make sure the cleric doesn't die because that's like our top priority. But I think like the old bum rush chaos is probably our best bet.
Yeah, I also I feel like it's the only option to try to save one is the bomb rush chaos. Because if you go out in front and everything, or do it part by part, they definitely would die at some point.
Oh, we're all gonna die. That's no problem.
Yeah.
I mean, you're not part of this campaign if you don't expect to die.
You're not doing something right. You're not giving 110%.
But yeah, I think if we wait too long and let the kobolds swoop all the way around, as soon as they discover the bodies, it's going to be exponentially harder to get out of there.
Right, but I'm not sure we're going to be able to convince everybody to leave in the next 6 seconds or whatnot.
We can just pull out the torches and light the place on fire.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Are you at your computer right now, Jamie?
Yeah, I mean, we still need to speak to the people inside. We didn't even do that, and I mean, we should probably hurry up with all that. So for the session and everything, I would want everything want to be reminded that need to hurry up and everything.
All right, I'm back.
Yeah, I think the most important thing is we immediately find out if they got any able-bodied people that can fight. We get a big guy to duck down in front of the little stone wall for everybody to like run over top of, maybe a couple of them, and then we essentially just cause chaos, but have everybody run like out the door around the south, like clockwise, and then straight into like the wood line or around the wood line to try to avoid like sight from the dragon, and then basically like just run towards the old keep.
All right, so let me do a recap for you all here from last week. You all started essentially just outside of the keep rather. You had a small little fight with, I think it was about 6 or 8 kobolds and cultists, in the process of which you had seen as some of the purple cloaks or the purple robed leaders of the cult started to approach with a bunch more cultists, and they basically began to cover the keep in, I guess, like the actual siege. In the process of making it inside, you all would have met Escobar the Red and Tarbaugh. Oh man, what's his fucking last name? I got it right here. Tarbaugh Nighthill, the governor or the mayor, and you all were basically thanked for your effort. Basically, given the information that you had a long night ahead of you, it seemed like the keep was going to be under siege and there would be little that anybody could really do. The mayor had let you all know that he had some ballista that he was trying to get to the keep for extra defensive positions, and they seem to have been waylaid along the road into the keep. As well as the note that the Temple of Chauntea seemed to be surrounded and was being assaulted. So you all were led towards the old gate, the old tunnel, a way out of the actual keep that was kind of like a makeshift sewer to almost cover up the fact that realistically it was a exit route. and you had a little battle on that side. Ended up kind of floating off down the stream, which took you towards the Temple of Chauntea, and kind of diverted your plans towards that instead of the ballistas. And you have just fought your way inside of the actual temple itself. So, yes, a few of the options that you have are essentially the quicker you can get people out, the more chaotic the situation might be, but it gives you more time to actually enact it. The more planning you do, the better it will be executed, but perhaps more likely that you will get spotted.
Anybody have any other opinions than the pure chaos like rush plan?
Seal, reinforce the doors, and take a long rest.
Ooh, that's a good idea.
I have a bad feeling about taking a long rest because I think our mission is the whole night, and if we take a long rest, the night is over.
Well, I mean, if we're going to continue this mission, I'm going to need some sort of resource.
How long would be? How long would be a long rest? Just to me.
I mean,
So.
it'll be to the next day, I guess. 8 hours, 12 hours.
I'm pretty sure that we are not able to take a long rest here. Somehow I have a feeling about that. I don't believe that we would be able to do that here.
As you all make it inside of the Temple of Chauntea, you would immediately hear that there is a group at the front door hitting the door with a battering ram. So you have a pretty good idea this is not a long defensible position.
Okay, so.
And as well, mechanically, I already said this entire section of the adventure ends in around 4 to 5 hours. So taking a long rest is just skipping this adventure entirely.
Yep.
Yeah, that's also what I had in mind because you said it's until the
We're
dawn,
brainstorming.
right?
There's no bad ideas yet.
Yeah, it's okay. So I would be going for the aspect that we say, yeah, we need a healer in the castle, in the manor, and on the way we can tell them, yeah, we have a way out, we know a way back to the castle, everything stuff, and so we try to save them. But our main target would be to protect the healer and get them to the castle. And the people probably, but I'm not sure if we are able to do that. I mean, I could disguise myself as one of the cultists, but I'm not sure if this would help anything.
No, that's a terrible plan. I'll just kill you if you do that.
You could disguise yourself as 3 kobolds in a trench coat.
If your disguise is good, I'll just assume that you're a kobold and you've infiltrated the forces, and I have to fight you. No, I really do think that the best thing to do is express
Chaos.
that there is imminent danger, get healed if anybody needs it immediately from the healer, and then essentially at least a couple of us do a distraction. Maybe Madame Eva can lead like the party of civilians around the south. But I think that's the best thing to do. Keep quiet as long as we can, get as many people out and around the building, and then the second they come around the corner, just do like a sort of like distraction. But the plan is literally just to hold them as long as we can and then run, not to like stay there and try to kill all 20 of them.
So that would be our plan, okay. So we tell everyone leave from the back and rush, run. We still need to think about the aspect that we have to convince the people inside here to do that.
I think it shouldn't be too hard to convince them because I'm pretty sure they know they're pretty much going to die if they stay here and that the safest place is the keep. I think it's pretty obvious if there's like a dragon and all these people like lighting the place on fire and trying to like bust in the doors that like if a bunch of badass like heroes show up or at least they appear to be badass heroes I think you probably like do what they say. I mean, I would imagine.
Some badass heroes and an old woman.
Yeah. So is that our plan? Should we make that our plan? I would be for it. Yeah.
Does that sound good to everyone? Is that your plan, to gather people up and try to marshal them out of the back, moving to the south and the east into the fort, into that like wooded area?
Yeah, I think
Sure, sure.
I think the top priority immediately is going to be to like quickly parlay with Ioden. I'm assuming she's basically in charge here because it's like her spot and she's the healer. Get her to heal Vicious and anybody else that needs it, like on the fly right now, and then essentially like um, just do what I said. Like try to. I mean, it sucks to kind of split the party, but I think with enough chaos going on, I think that's the best route.
Just one question: is it everything dark for you guys inside the citadel? This keep everything for you too? Because I only see from the a little bit from the right bottom and some lines and everything, but where I am, I don't see anything at the moment. Just
It is the middle of the night, and I believe Madame Eva is the only person who has a torch.
so everyone inside here is sitting in the in the dark.
I can see.
Yeah, thank you. Uh, Thank you, Madam Eva, for holding the torch.
No problem, dear.
Oh yeah, mine just lit up.
Great.
But they are hiding, they are not trying to draw attention to themselves, so yes, they are sitting in the dark.
All right. Who wants to live? Show of hands, please.
Well, if you are all ready to jump in it and you have your moment to strategize over with, we quit as you guys were popping into the actual temple. So again, among the first things that would happen is that Iadon would welcome you all. Chauntea be praised. Thank you all for coming. We've been beginning to give up hope that the keep would send help for us. Is it
We are the help
just
that you've been waiting for.
the five of you?
Yes, our resources are few, but we are adequate to get these people and yourself safely to the keep. We were sent by Escobar and Tarball, and they had told us about your predicament, and we are convinced that we have a plan, but we must work with haste. And before we depart, we need you to utilize a little bit of your healing abilities on some of our party members if everyone is to live. Also, one more request. We need you to gather up any able bodied citizens that are able to hold a sword, a spear, or any other form of proficient combat.
You'll find no help from us here, but please, please take us to safety.
All right, dear. Follow me.
What about your healing prowess? Do you have the ability to heal up our orc here?
Vicious can take 6 points of healing.
Right. And that'll take me to 12. Well, thank you. That's all I need.
Sorry, sorry. I also got one hit. You mind healing me? Oh, okay. You probably should save that for other guys.
Do you have on D&D Beyond that your hit points is at 1?
No, I got one hit. I mean, I was hit
Oh yeah,
once.
you're at 18 hit points. You need to stick with that at this point. Like, you guys can get healing from her, but she also has limited resources. So you guys can either use up all of her healing right now to get back to max and risk wasting healing, or you can save her as a potential healer. So if you're at 18 hit points, I would say stick with that, because it's still more than you would have had if you guys were playing this as level 1s.
Yeah, I just wanted to start a little bit stupidly, like, yeah, I got hit once, guys. You need to heal me. But yeah, good to remember.
But if you are immediately going out, there will be a stream of people who follow you out.
All right, so Madame Ava is going to lead them around the front, and we're going to set up an ambush around the back.
Around the front? You're leaving through the back door.
Yeah, we can't go to the front.
Yeah, she's gonna go. Like I said, she's gonna go clockwise around the building to the trees, and we're gonna run up to the north end and essentially set an ambush for when they come around the corner that we can distract and hold them to the point where they don't see all the people running out the back.
Yeah, and I'm gonna try to sneak outside and not just go outside.
Alright, so it feels to me like your plan has lasted about 5 seconds of actually doing anything. But, okay.
Jan, I need you with me. Vicious is super low on hit points. You and me are the main aspect of this entire battle. It's up to you and me to hold off 20 kobolds.
Oh no, that's the pressure. Why I, I hope I get paid enough for this. Where are you? I can't see you.
I don't know. I lit a torch over here and dropped it like kind of where I want it, but it doesn't seem to be working.
Somehow I don't know where you're at the map. I'm by Wish's side. I can see. Where are you? I can understand.
Alright, so you all already had a sense that the kobolds who were singing and dancing around the actual temple were taking about like 8 to 10 minutes to do a round about the temple. I believe Doc was the one who watched them like doing their little procession. And you had just seen them cross over that backside when you first came out here. So you can probably figure that you have about 5 to 6 minutes from when you entered the temple, and you were probably inside the temple for about 1 to 2 minutes as you kind of passed along the information. Vicious got a little bit of healing, and the cleric spent a few moments collecting what she called different relics of Chauntea and some different paperwork, essentially, that she had. It will take about 4 minutes as everybody is cycling out of the church and getting to the actual tree line there, like all of the different civilians. So what is the current plan here? As Madame Eva is helping them there, Arlyle is basically keeping the door and ushering people through.
All right. Can I get just like a little bit of oil from anyone, including iodine, and maybe put like 2 pots of oil here at the back, and then light an arrow on fire and shoot the oil to like stop like the cobalt's approach with fire?
I feel like that's a more like trying to get their attention. Ah, you want to have their attention.
Once they
Ah,
come around the corner, a few of them walk past the oil. I shoot a flaming arrow, ignite the oil, cut off their retreat, cut off the approach of the other kobolds, and cause like a crazy distraction. And then in the meantime, we can fight a couple kobolds and continue the distraction. And then when we start to get overwhelmed, when they make their way through, we can run back and follow up and take up the rear of the people.
well, I can give you a flask of oil if you want.
How many do you have, my friend? I've got a plan.
I have only one flask.
Are we able to secure like one more flask of oil from somebody in the church too?
It's all the resources that you have.
Does anyone else have any oil? Vicious, Ava.
I have some
Damn, I don't
ink,
know if
yes.
Jake would. Ink is less useful. I guess we'll have to make do with what we do. Can you make that torch around back light up also, the one that's set up on the ground by Doc?
It's all set up.
I'm not able to see light coming from it. I'm literally being blocked by the trees, so the torch is not functioning currently for what I need it to do.
I don't see where you are.
Yeah, he's right. He's to the right of you, behind the tree so you don't see him.
Oh, okay.
Like the actual torch is lighting up areas, but then all the stuff that's blocked in my actual vision that I should be able to see because the torch is right there is all completely black. So I can't see anything that's going on.
Just a question: are we just leaving everyone to the lead of Madame Eva and not leaving anyone of fighting capabilities with that?
I don't think they have anyone with fighting capabilities.
I think maybe Vicious could stick with like the center of the group and kind of like if there's any threats, I think essentially there'll be so much chaos they won't know to attack you. They'll think it's just like a bunch of civilians, maybe. I don't know. I mean, just because you're low on hit points.
Okay.
Does that make sense? Like if any like single guy here or there rushes in, you should be able to like dispatch them in all the chaos.
Yep.
All right, cool. And then I would like to take that pot of oil from Jan and then 2 extra torches and just put like one torch right here, one torch right here, not lit, and then the pot of oil like around there too. And then
So
essentially like when they
I
come
have
around the
another
corner.
pot.
Oh, you have 2?
I just want yeah. I looked into it. I have 2 flasks, so I can give you 2 flasks.
Yeah, so when they
Here.
come around the corner, we could basically like torch this area and then like torch here, pot of oil here and here, and then when they come around, like after the first couple guys cross over it, we light the oil with our arrows and then fight a couple of them, distract them for a minute, and then we take off running behind the party and take up the rear.
You might like run and hit. It's a good old tactic.
Yeah, exactly. But our main goal, Jan, is to not take damage and cause as long of a distraction as we can.
So you're kind of waiting for the first sign of the procession to head forward, and then you're looking to toss the oil and then the torches to kind of create a little wall of fire.
Yeah, basically, yeah. But instead of just toss them, I was gonna just like set them on the ground and then shoot them with a flaming arrow, if that's like a little more effective. But either way, it's fine.
I feel like TV and movies have given people the false idea that flaming arrows are effective, versus the fact that you would shoot an arrow at such a high speed that a flame's going to go out. I would say the idea of like actually like throwing and lighting a fire on area would be more effective. I don't think I'm going to ever give flaming arrows an existence.
More like a Molotov cocktail. Find the
Well,
the
even
torch
something
to
like
the.
that, yeah. It's when you're throwing it with your arm, it's at a lot lower speed than when you are throwing or shooting something with an arrow with a bow. That it's going to put out most flames going at that high rate of speed.
Yeah, you have to specially design an arrow to be a flaming arrow.
Yeah, that's cool.
Alright, so let me have the 2 of you roll perception checks, or if one of you wants to roll it with advantage, and we'll have that be your ability to spot as the procession comes around the corner.
Yeah, I have a proficiency. So
I
Jan,
have
do you want to
+5.
roll? What's that?
And I have a proficiency. I have expertise on it, so I have a +5 on perception.
Yeah, do you want
Additional.
to roll and I'll give you advantage?
Yeah, I think I think that we should try that. Yeah. So I roll.
Women and children first, dears.
Yeah, we have
There's
25.
50 of them, Ben. I am moving them all in globs.
Well, I'm keeping tabs on them.
Get a beefy boy to lay down in front of the wall so that everybody can run up their back like stairs.
And Volo can stay.
Alright, yeah, with a perfect 20, they have a... It's just a fucking place marker. with a nat 20, and they rolled low for their actual timing, you all will have the effectiveness of, by the time they start to round that corner, you will be having the last of the actual refugees climbing over the wall. So it will essentially be you guys are lighting that on fire at about the same moment that the last ones of them are climbing over, and it would be time for you guys to start to make your own trip.
Okay, great.
So, okay, so Doc, we probably should try to sneak out. I feel like we don't really need to hold them back for a moment.
There are supposed to be 10 kobolds at the back door. You guys are not going to be terribly sneaky after they round the corner.
Okay, so are we saying that a couple of them are going to come around the corner and we're going to have to distract them, or are we saying we're just going to take off running?
What?
I would
Lucas?
still say use your vial. You'll be lighting that on fire. I think the wall of fire to kind of keep them back is a good idea on how to kind of keep them at bay for a moment. So if you are expending some oil and a few torches, I think that is the way to go on it.
Someone thought they would be coming from the north, but they come from the south, so that changes it. Alright.
Nope, they're coming from the north. They're
That's the
going
dead guys from before.
clockwise. Yeah, those are
They're
the bodies
southbound.
that, again, you guys would know to expect. Is that your idea where you're going to light it along those torches?
Yeah, that's exactly it. Wait till they get like fully around the corner so they don't see the light until they get there, and then essentially like we can just trap them in that little bottleneck.
Yeah. And for the beginning, as I'm staying here, I would be like to try to I would guess Dog would try to be sneaky at the moment too. So I can have a surprise attack at the beginning. So I would try to be stealthing here at the tree.
That's up to the DM if we're actually going to do any combat here, or if we're essentially just going to like do like a little chase scene.
Yeah, but I still would like to be sneaky. So as long as they don't see me, they don't know that I'm here. So it would be more beneficial for me.
I believe if you guys are looking to enter combat, you are more than welcome to, but at this point, Vicious and the rest of your party is over the wall. It is the two of you versus all of the kobolds left here.
Yeah, okay,
Yeah, I
alright
think
then.
the goal is I think the goal is to completely avoid combat and potential damage and do like a chase scene.
Yeah, it's okay. So we just run.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
look
yeah.
over your shoulder and you notice that Ava is remarkably spry when she's trying to leave you guys.
Okay, so is this already on fire, or is it still?
That was literally what the fucking perception check was for. Is you guys were able to spot them, and the moment you saw them coming around the corner, you were able to light the thing on fire and create a wall of fire that would block your retreat. So do you want to stay and fight, or do you want to actually retreat?
I
we're
want to
definitely
retreat.
we're sticking to the plan. All right, Araxis, time to go, and then we will take off running.
So each of you can make a move here.
Yeah, I can use the action to dash. I can go a little bit further. I can go to the wall. So yeah, that would be the move I could do in one turn, if I'm right.
Raxus, over here. Where are you going? Can you see me with the torch over there? That's where we're going.
Uh, I'm lucky. I don't know zero touch, but I would guess where you're going. Oh, sorry, I forgot the way. I try to whisper. It's quiet as that he doesn't hear it. So talking to myself.
All right, so that's as far as I can get with my dash action.
All right. With that, I think each of you just make a strength check on your own.
The pressure is on. Damn.
You would hear yelling from along that eastern wall, but at present you feel no stones or anything hitting you in the back. Another strength check from you guys.
If
Let's
it's
work together. I will hoist you over first, step on my hands, and then pull me through afterwards.
all right.
So I'll give him advantage.
Okay. Wish me luck. Ah,
He's successfully over.
so I will climb up the wall and will reach down my hand to help him. I would guess. Take my hand.
Can I go ahead and do one more?
Yep, you can do one more here.
Ah,
As you are being helped over the wall, a couple of stones are going to hit. And let's see if any hit you. Uh, 15 to hit.
It depends how we're doing this because obviously I don't have my shield on me, so it'll be like on my back at the moment. So am I going with just my 15 armor class, or else I have 17 armor class?
Why do you say you don't have it on you?
Well, I just figure I need my hands to get over the wall, and my back is exposed to the cobalt. So the idea is to be using my shield, but I don't know if I can while I'm climbing the wall. So
I would
So
say
are
it's
you
more
carrying it on the back?
viable. I would say it's more viable that if you're not actually meaning to be doing anything else, you could have had the shield mounted on your arm and it would plink off of the shield, better than
okay,
saying
perfect.
that it just plinks off the back.
Yeah,
Because
okay.
if it's on your back, you're not going to get the AC even if your back is exposed to the enemy.
Well, my plan during this chase scene is to have my shield out with my hand crossbow.
So as you all cross over the road or over the wall, you notice that there is nobody in that area.
Just one question. I was targeted too, or was it only on?
It was just at Doc.
Oh.
He was the one who was still over the wall.
All right, then great.
And Doc will say as he gets over the wall, looks back at the kobolds, and winks, says, "We'll be down by the creek, walking on water."
Yeah,
You're
I think
actually
everyone wants
speaking
to
to the
run.
kobolds?
Please don't do that.
I'm jumping over the wall and saying something as I go over the wall. If they've already thrown rocks at me, they clearly know I'm going over the wall. So let's just not make everything extra difficult. I'm just trying to have fun playing a game and making it
But if you're
fun.
going to tell them that you're going to walk down the creek, there's a perception check for it. So you notice
We don't
that the
want
vast
people to say like fun things or cool things or anything. We can just not RP and not play any fun stuff. That's totally cool.
majority of everyone is to the southeast of the wall, and you all have climbed over on the southwest side.
Doc, are you sure
Wait, what?
we climbed at the right place?
We're over here, and you're over here.
They climbed over the same position where you guys originally climbed over.
Oh, awesome. I don't know why. I thought the plan was to go clockwise around the building.
So guys, you think they are waiting for us at the inn? I mean, at the castle?
So we're now ahead of the party, and they're all just standing right here.
We're still moving, but yes, we're separated by, I would say, what, 800 feet, 1,000 feet?
Why
No,
didn't
I
you
don't think
guys
it's that
come up
bad
with
on this one.
plans and go right here?
I must say, I moved like 60 feet from right to left. It shouldn't be that
Oh,
far.
there's a legend right there. Yeah,
The
about
fact that the
200
actual plan fell apart is how the actual chaos happens. So I think that's actually true to form, that everybody went to a different part of the wall, but they have all crossed over and are basically already partway through the forest on the way to the stream. And as you guys cross over there, you would see them about 100 feet southeast of you.
So we stayed behind, distracted the kobolds, lit a fire, ran all the way down there, and we're ahead of the party. That does not seem like that was our plan at all. The plan was for all the people to start at the south and go clockwise around here.
right, but
But
instead
But the
we just
plan
went
fell
directly
apart. That is true to form.
All right, that's awesome.
In the same way that when you and Jan ran away from it, Jan ran like to the center of the wall and you ran all the way to the west. The two of you didn't even go to the same part of the wall. It's just one of the things that the plan lasts about as long as you guys talk about it.
Yeah.
So are you two going to immediately just cross the woods and go close to as soon as you can to the stream? Is that your plan?
Yeah, quietly, just telling everybody. Oh, wait, are you talking to us or to Doc's team?
I think your group already, like the original group with the refugees, would have already been at least crossing towards the stream, because you had mentioned, I think you were telling everybody over the wall, to the stream, and then to the keep.
Yep.
I'm just asking the two of them at this point, are they planning on crossing through the woods or rejoining everybody at first?
I would cross through the woods and wait at the stream for them. That would be my plan. I mean, first I would hide near the. I would guess that there would be some point in the woods where I can see the stream, and I could hide in the woods for the moment.
I mean, you said there was like a 4-minute gap in between when they left and we left. So did it take them 4 minutes to cross over the wall and then they just stood there? I mean, if there has to be some kind of you saying that we're going with the actual plan to some degree. So I'm assuming that once they got down by the river or crossed over the woods, that they would start going towards the two location on the map, and that we would wait for them there. And when they arrive, we would rejoin the party and continue up the way.
It took 4 minutes for 50 people to leave out of the back gate of the temple. And that's about the time that you all would have been, like the two of you would have been able to wait and plan the idea of setting that part on fire. So by the time you guys were lighting that little wall of fire on fire, most of the refugees were already over the wall. It was still Madame Eva, Arlyle, and Vicious on this side of the wall. And the last few refugees were climbing over after about, like, it would have been like about 5 minutes when they were coming across that northern edge of the temple.
Well, if we go over where we're supposed to go over, now we're just leading the kobolds directly to the people, and then they're going to be able to get in front of the whole party. So that now, I don't even know, dude. I don't know. If there's no reason to make plans if everything you're going to do like goes completely against everything we try to plan, and like we wouldn't know that they.
I'm not changing your plan. Everybody acted outside of the plan.
Yeah, we went to the south on our own accord.
Yeah, you must say,
But that's
Madame
kind of how
Eva.
it goes. And so, I mean, you just kind of, you'll have to, I mean, make the decision that your character would make, and we'll see how it goes. You come over the wall, you don't see the people you're expecting. So now what do?
You need to adapt. Doc, where are the people? I thought they would wait for us here. Or would go this way. I feel like we should either go and hide for a moment in the woods and look what's happening, or we go to the search the group just and or wait in front of them. I don't know. What do you think?
Stick to the plan. We'll just head through the woods down to the river.
Yeah.
So everybody can make a stealth check.
Yeah.
Including us?
Everybody, the whole party.
Oh no.
Oh no.
I mean, that's perfect, though. You're pushing around like 50 people.
Right, yeah. I'm also trying to pickpocket them too. The wealthy ones. Because Ava knows that people grab their valuables in a time of crisis.
I'm clomping.
Alright, you all feel like you are making legitimate progress through the woods, making your way towards the stream so you can follow that back towards the keep. Let me have... Oh, of course you're trying to fucking pickpocket people. Roll a fucking sleight of hand. If I get to kill you with a fucking cleric, that's gonna be fun for me.
Oh gosh,
Why
alright.
would you be trying to pick their pockets right now?
Because it's fucking Ben.
Right, and refugees take a lot of valuables with them.
Roll 2d6. You're able to grab 4 gold coins from one person.
Awesome. Already turning a profit.
Let me have everyone roll another stealth as you... So, Doc and Araxis, are the two of you holding position and waiting for them to come along?
Well, when we get down to the river, do we see a group of 50 people in any direction?
Roll a perception check.
Yeah, I would also want to look out for that.
You as well can roll a perception. You see the start of the group coming around that most southerly tip of the woods to the southeast of you.
Holy shit, these fucking idiots went the wrong direction.
What did you expect from them?
They're probably about 150 feet or so to the southeast of you all, but there seems to be a long train of them. It's just like the start of the group. Everybody's kind of just sticking where they are at that point. They would join back up to you and you would kind of be at the head of the train. You would pretty quickly see Arlisle about midway through the train. I'm not sure. How are you all marching with the train as you kind of... I think the first of you crossing that back over would kind of be able to be kind of at the mid part of the refugees at best. Ben, Jamie, where would you two like to be?
I guess leading the way, making sure, but mostly maybe just kind of walking back and forth along the group to make sure they're all together.
Well, everybody's moving towards the keep at this point. They all know this area well enough. So if you're trying to be as forward as possible, it would be about midway of the actual 50 people.
Sounds good.
Bringing up the rear and trying to make them move more quickly.
All right, so you would be there with Edelyn. She's at the back, keeping the last of the folks kind of moving forward. But everybody can, if you want to move quick, you can go for speed, or rather, you can do moving a little bit slower and trying to be stealthy.
Well, we have a group of 50 people. I just can't imagine we're that stealthy.
Yeah, intimidate
You're
them. Let's
following
move
a tree
faster.
line. Stealth is an option. It's purely up to you guys whether you want to move for speed or for stealth.
Speed.
We'll move faster if we kill the slowest one.
Not a good idea.
It's amazing that the half-orc is the one trying to keep you from murdering people.
Yeah, I mean they're better. They can take more hits if they are alive. So, hey, you guys want to sneak or you want to hurry?
If you are moving for speed, that's kind of what I gathered from the two who are more or less ushering people forward. After about this round of movement, you would be into this tree line where you are covered both north and to the south. Doesn't appear at this point to really be anybody necessarily following you, and you would have the first sight of the actual exit out of the keep that you all went, and there doesn't appear to be anything in front of you at that point.
Sweet.
I would try to look around if I see anything more, like to the other side of the river, if there's something.
Roll a perception. Seems all clear at present. You do notice that the dragon is still circling overhead. It's not really flapping its wings that much. It seems to be kind of just gliding, still just continuing in big circles around the town.
Okay, so I feel like someone should hurry over there and already open the gate inside so we don't so when the masses reach there we can let them inside.
I believe Vicious has the key.
I think so.
Wishes, are you healthy enough to go in the sewer first with all these rats around, or
Alright, well,
should
hold
we?
on before you actually say any of this, because one, she's probably a good few hundred feet behind you because of the
Also,
train of people. But two, I was kind of guessing. I felt like it was Vicious who opened up the second gate. But does anybody remember who
Oh
used
no,
the key
she
at the
has
second
the
gate?
key. She has the key.
Alright, yeah, okay.
Yeah, so being in the back is kind of stupid. Oh well.
Well, you can probably see Araxis motioning towards you, perhaps. Make a perception check, and Araxis make a performance check. Well, you
Looks
see
like
Araxis kind of acting like an idiot. Make a intelligence check. Vicious. I guess
yeah,
rather it could be wisdom too. Is your wisdom better?
No, it's still a +0.
Alright, 10's a good enough DC there. You can somewhat surmise that he is probably trying to get you to move forward. You would be just outside of view of the actual gate at that point, but we'll give you that idea that you know that it's about time to unlock that gate.
you know, I'm doing like the eye things with two fingers, pointing at my eyes and then pointing at you eyes, like completely false information.
Well, I see that you're waving and pointing, and somehow I figure, oh, right. I've got the key. I've got to go run back to give them the key. So I'll start running and get to the front of the group of people.
So let me have Vicious roll a Constitution. Not a save, just a check. So you're basically able to go your max of 60 feet as you feel like you get a little bit winded trying to run up to the front of the group as it is. But as you all hurry forward in this last go, you're kind of getting the first people to the gate, and you're probably another movement away from it at that point.
Okay, I'll just keep moving. I mean, I got injured some.
As you all get to the gate, you would hear the yell of a single kobold off to.
He dropped.
Yeah,
Oh,
he
I
got
was
off.
rolling to see which direction he was coming from. 1, 2, 3, 4. Off to the west of you all.
We up by the sewer now?
So what it would be is, over from the rolls, that was her going to there. She's like a movement away. So like the middle part of the group would be 60 feet of the way. Doc, Araxis, and probably like 20 people would basically be at the gate when you're basically seen by a kobold off to the west at that point.
Well, Doc went to the south, or he went over the river.
Yeah, so the mid part of the group would be about at that large rock.
All right, well, I should be able to get to the door and unlock it, and just try to motion all the people to go on through, and then I'll hold the gate.
No, that's the question. Did you lock the second door? I think we only locked the one inside. I mean,
What if I hand the key to somebody at the front of the line?
I would want to have the key.
Anytime you would have handed it off to Araxis, he moves much faster than anybody else.
All right, I hand the key off to Araxis. I will hold the rear guard here, and die.
So we only saw one kobold so far.
So I will see where the cobalt's at, try to throw my torch so that I can get a better view and shoot him with my bow if I can see him.
So you want to tell him that we're here?
Yeah, so he's 35 feet away from you, so he would be inside of the dim light from the torch, but you see him to the southwest of you. To throw the torch is going to be an action, versus if you take the shot at disadvantage, you can actually shoot right now.
All right, I'll just take the shot at disadvantage.
Yeah, I would also shoot him, and then I would want to move inside.
I believe you were opening up the gate, that would have used your action.
All right, that's what I'm doing right now. Yeah, that's probably better.
22 will hit, and I believe 8's going to kill it.
Doc pulls up his hand crossbow, looks down the sight on it, and then as the cobalt raises his head up to scream for help, he shoots him directly in the throat and takes out his windpipe. And all you hear is
Nicely done.
So with little effort at that point, I believe you all could get the rest of the refugees into the keep, having saved 50 civilians.
Awesome. That feels great, guys.
Well, wait,
Good
that
job.
worked? It worked being sneaky and taking down the cobra before he takes people. Amazing. Uh, I feel like this is the first time we didn't solve anything, or we did solve something without fighting.
Let me have a group roll of just straight d20s. Not bueno. Should have said d6s. Y'all would have crushed that.
Can we add those up?
Well, a group roll is an average, so we can definitely add them up. It's still getting divided by 4. So as you all make your way in and you start ushering the different civilians into the actual main areas of the keep, as they kind of go into the actual defensible positions in different areas around the edges and into the different fortified positions, you are pretty quickly greeted by Escobar as Escobert. I'm not sure why I said Escobar. You're pretty quickly greeted by Escobert the Red as he comes forward to you all. He would embrace Edian and kind of give her a big hug to see everybody ushered into the keep. You see a pretty great joy across his face as things were looking dire the last time you saw him. There's little for most of these people to be looking forward to at this point. At some point, he kind of smiles for you all and would point to a single ballista that is placed along the wall of the keep.
I give him a thumbs up.
We thank you very much for saving our friends here. We saw you seem to have floated your way down the river and thought things might have changed. We thought you were going to save the ballistas at first, but we appreciate you choosing to go after our civilians. Opening up that path, though, we were able to send a sortie out, and we were able to keep the cultists from destroying just one of the last ballistas here. But it's something, and we may be able to keep the dragon at bay with it.
Is there anything else that's happened while we were away?
There's been many developments. The cultists seem to have lit most of the town on fire at this point. At present, they seem to be circling around our mill to the southwest. But perhaps the oddest thing of all is that they don't actually appear to be killing people. It's almost as if they're taking prisoners. From what we heard of in Irabar, they killed everyone, and it's very perplexing to see this happening. I'm not sure what to make of it.
Who can I see what I make of it?
Roll an intelligence. I just reloaded my browser on accident.
It's a 12.
What do you, Ben, make of it?
It sounds like they're going to feed them to the dragon.
I think that is a sufficient enough idea that you would keep in mind that perhaps people are more valuable for something than killing people for nothing at this point. That at this point, from what you all can gather, their first thing was to spread fear that everybody was killed in the other towns that they had sacked. Once you actually see them here, they're going for all of the homes, which I think you could make out for. They are likely raiding for valuables. And then the second thing would be that the people are actually one of those valuables as well.
They get to have all the fun.
So Escobar has presented you all with the mill is being attacked. I think I dropped off before actually saying that most of our grain stores are still at the mill. We're fresh out of the harvest, and if they're able to burn the mill down, we may not be able to last through the coming winter here. Would you all be able to make another foray to perhaps be able to stop them from destroying our mill?
Of course, dear.
All right.
Edian would offer her services to you all. As far as things go, she will be a follower, which basically means you all can ask her for healing. She has a few spells left for the day. She is otherwise essentially like a coward who is another warm body, but otherwise is next to no actual use in combat, but she will join you all for the foray. So you can take her with her as a follower, and you can see that the mill is about 500 feet to the southwest if you were to go straight from the keep. If you leave through the old tunnel, it's probably about 800 to 1,000 feet.
I'll ask Ilio if there's anything she can do for the Polar Master.
We could bury him.
Yes, make sure she doesn't come back as a zombie.
As you guys are talking, you see like Arax is just looking like he's having a monologue with himself and like spouting random words like some cake, some bath, hmm. Not doing really nothing, like just spacing out.
Dang it.
What are you trying to look at?
Oh, I was trying to listen to more of what his mutterings were.
Apparently the rogue is cracked.
Apparently. But I guess dragons will stress the system.
So you know at present that you have come through the tunnel, and Doc was able to kill the one kobold who seemed to have noticed you. So the tunnel entrance is probably the most ideal place for entrance and exiting the keep. There are still plenty of cultists and kobolds surrounding the actual main entrance.
But
Oh,
we're
I also have a mission, dear.
And what is your mission? What do you need to accomplish?
I set up a tent in the center of town, and I couldn't retrieve it when we had to run. I'd like to get it now.
If your tent was in the town center, it's likely been destroyed, my dear. That was among the first places where the raiding had started.
Well, you never know until you look.
Did you leave valuables inside?
No, dear. But the tent itself is valuable.
If it's survived this long, perhaps your best chances will be that it will survive the night. Having no valuables, perhaps they chose not to burn it.
maybe they didn't notice it in the dark. We'll check for it in the morning.
Very well. I assume there's more pressing matters to attend to.
So at present, you all have 2 missions: to retrieve the tent and save the mill.
So you guys know where we will sleep tonight? I feel like we need a tent.
You are inside of a castle.
And
Yeah,
that
but
tent's just for Ava. You're not sleeping in that tent.
So you're saying you won't let me sleep in your tent? So, if I see your tent, I'm gonna burn it down.
A lady needs her privacy, dear.
Yeah, I know, sweetheart. Yeah, I bet you never shared your privacy in your whole life.
Well, in my younger years, I was a little bit of a scamp.
Yeah, you really don't look like that now. I should stop her.
I don't know. There are some men around here that may find me attractive.
If you find one, we can help you out there, and I know some tricks to get there.
Oh
But
dear, I could teach you
back to
some
the
tricks.
Are you all taking a short rest at the keep as you banter?
no, I would say I can skip on that, but we should get back to the urgent matters. Do you think that we should hurry up, or do you want to take a rest? I'm still full power. I can still go on.
Indeed, I am still full power as well.
So is everyone ready to move back through the tunnel?
I am.
Ready to go.
Sure. I don't suppose I've managed to get any more healing, have I?
I don't think so.
Yeah.
All right,
I
then.
I
Still,
could
I
expend a little bit more healing on you, but it will only further limit what I can do for the future.
well, that's fine as long as you notice if I'm falling down, have lost an arm, that kind of thing.
Do you lose arms often?
No, but sometimes I've seen orcs lose an arm and continue fighting. It just makes it less effective.
Let me know if you need anything cauterized, dear.
Make a persuasion check for me, Vicious. Uh, Idian ruffles through a little bit of the materials that she took out of the temple, and she will hand you a potion of healing.
I thank you very much. I wouldn't usually need to use something like this, but it'll be handy in case there's an emergency.
Well, I think it would be best if you don't lose any arms, but if you do, I think that could help. And hopefully I can get to you before anything would happen that you would need to use that. But for what it's worth, you've got it now.
I appreciate it.
But by the way, just before I ask, do you have anything valuable on you? I mean, in case you fall down or forget something, I can pick it up for you.
You look like an untrustworthy fellow, and I assure you, Chauntea would strike you down were you to try to steal any of the relics that I hold.
Uh, all right. Just so I'm not gonna help you carry your stuff for now.
Make a perception check. She rifled through a pretty ornate looking chest as she was grabbing the potion, and you'd be able to spot that there's quite a few rolls of parchment as well as a few other vials inside of the chest itself. And it seems like it's all wrapped in a pretty ornate looking piece of fabric.
Well, for now, I will just leave it there.
If you try to steal from the healer that I am presenting to you all, she will disappear quite quickly.
Yeah, that's what I have in mind. As long as we want to keep you on our side, I will not try to steal from her.
Yeah, try to actually use NPCs as allies instead of treating them like shit.
Yes.
Everybody ready to go through the secret passage?
Sure.
Still ready.
I like the idea of taking the stream, but at the
Does
same time,
does any of you guys remember where the mill was?
it's to the west, dear.
If we follow the stream, it would be about 1,200 or so feet along this route. But the mill is powered by the water. We can't get lost. We can be slow and stealthy as we can.
That's
The
a good
water should
idea.
help cover some of our noise.
I missed what you were saying, Jamie. What was that?
The water should help cover some of our noise.
Yeah, Ava will pull a reed from the water and hollow it out and start passing them out.
I'm in a little bit too heavy of armor to be able to do that, and it does get quite deep as we go a little further to the west here. So I don't think we can really follow in the water.
Well, we certainly don't want you to rust, dear.
Well, it's more the weight and drowning. I kind of have to breathe air.
I think that's what the reed is for.
Yeah, she hands you a longer reed.
It's a nice idea, but I don't think that's going to work.
Very well, dear.
You seem to be pretty familiar with the area. Is there a ideal position in relation to the river? Should we be on the north or the south end for this travel?
The mill itself is on the south side.
Makes perfect sense to me. Perhaps we should cross the river now before it gets too deep and be on our best lookout.
Makes sense to cross it now instead of splashing across later.
So that is essentially the route that you all would be looking at. It's about 1,200 feet following along the river. It's about 800 if you more or less go straight from the passage to it. And it's about 500 like from the keep to the mill as the crow flies. And essentially, what was that?
Should we be seeing something? I've got all black.
I don't think I've got lighting set up on this or fog of war at all. Oh, my bad.
I don't think we have tokens on there yet.
No, I didn't realize that I clicked dynamic lighting. Does it show up now like that?
Oh, 100.
I think Roll20 actually just changed their system. They no longer have fog of war on the original page. It's a different format. Alright, so again, it's like 1,200 feet to follow the river, 500 feet from the keep straight to the mill, and about 800 from the secret passage straight to the mill, and it's essentially a check for each 100 feet that you will be traveling.
How thick is the tree cover near the mill? Well, never mind. We're on the south side. Or we'd be approaching from the south side.
The trees would be good enough cover for much of our travel, but once we get too much closer to the mill, as it starts to wind back down from the main center of town, that's when it gets its deepest. If we wanted to, perhaps we could follow the trees along this north side, cross to the next set of trees. We would have a dangerous crossing at the main road there that goes north and south, and then we could kind of progress from there. But again, the water would be the deepest once we get across that road and start to make our way directly west towards the mill.
We could go along the road to the mill.
I don't think that's a good idea. I feel like if we go on the road, we definitely need to fight the cultists.
If we stay on the north side of the bank till we get to the mill, how wide is the crossing at the mill?
The actual river at that point, I think, is probably about 40 feet wide at the mill.
But it's deep enough to where we wouldn't be able to walk across or ford it.
Well, yeah, that's at its deepest and strongest.
Okay, so we need to get over there before we go there.
Where's the last good place we could cross
Or
on the very most west part of the woods.
Just thinking, I mean, what if we don't cross? I mean, what if we've got a lot of archers and ranged, so what if we just use our arrows to cross the river for us?
Can you guys see the line I drew on there?
Nope. So, uh, guys, I already forgot. What was our aim by going there? Uh,
Well,
I
we were
I
trying
talked
to
to
keep them
myself.
from burning it down, but it's already on fire. So
Let me have a perception check from Madame Eva, and then a perception check from Vicious. The mill does look like it's already on fire.
Well, let's go get the tent.
Let's see. Vicious, let me have you do an intelligence check. I said that wrong, my bad.
Huh.
So you would notice that by this point, it appears that only cultists are on the road. And it doesn't seem like the cultists have a universal garb.
So they're not in uniforms?
Yeah, as far as the actual cultists go, the only people who you all saw that were uniformed were the wearers in purple.
Gotcha.
Many of the cultists appear to essentially be armed civilians, in that a lot of them seem to be in like essentially the costumes that they would have hid in the town with, as they were trying to sow fear ahead of the actual sacking of the city. And you kind of gather that most of what you see, if there's anybody who appears to be kind of like in duress, they're already captured by a lot of the cultists. But it seems like at this point in the evening, a lot of things are thinning out, perhaps as everything kind of surrounds the keep. But it seems like you all are at the kind of tail end of this little foray. But that, again, was in relation to her asking, like, maybe we should take the road.
So you mean? Oh, I mean, Wishes needs to tell us that idea.
Well, unless she's specifically not taking the time to share it. This is you guys plotting and planning what you would like to do. I'm trying to encourage you all to actually take time to plan and actually arriving at a plan so you can execute it properly.
Yeah, okay. So, do you guys, what do you think about the idea, guys? Like, I mean, the idea Wishes to go over the street, and that I would add to it that we just boldly act like we are from the cult.
That's a great idea.
I mean, before Doc told me if I act like I would be one from the cult, he would kill me, but I'm not sure about that.
Is there anything like outside of a not having a uniform? Is there anything that distinguishes them for being a cult of the dragon that we see? Or are they like walking in a certain way?
I can.
I'd put that on one of those things that it's more one of those questions of when you are doing something, are you doing it with confidence that civilians, while the town is being raided, are running to and fro in a chaotic fashion?
Gotcha.
Whereas you can see at this point, most of the cultists are walking with intent, and it's pretty clear that they're not really afraid of like the kobolds and the other cultists. and that's kind of how people are going about this point, that they've taken the city and their confidence is almost their key. Mechanically, you all have the choice to stealth, like run, or do a performance check as you are moving through the town.
Yeah, so what if we just walk in there like we know what we're doing and we've actually got orders to retrieve the grain from the mill and take it somewhere else. And then we can just walk out of there with it.
You know, guys, I have a stupid idea.
Oh, I mean, we've got a lot of people.
I didn't hear what Araxis as well as Vicious said there. The last things you both said.
Go ahead, Jamie.
I said that's a lot of grain. You're talking like you want to carry a silo.
Yeah, Vicious, you would know that Escobar said that Escobar said that it was essentially this entire town's grain harvest of this season was being milled at this point. It's like fresh after their harvest, and I think all of you with some level of familiarity would know that this area of like grasslands, it's famous for being one of the largest grain producers for the entire Sword Coast. So you can pretty well rest assured that while orders might be a good idea to pursue, actually taking the grain out of there is probably unrealistic.
Hmm. Okay, just kicking this around above game, I guess. But what if we have them help us take it, and then we ambush them at the when they're at this crossroads at the keep, and then the rest of the keep can help take the grain in. I don't know. I'm just kicking something around.
The main force was outside of the keep. Escobar would
Yeah,
have
that's right.
continued to like kind of stress the fact that the keep, while the walls were holding and the gate was holding, the keep, like the actual entrance of the keep, isn't necessarily safe. When he had suggested other ways of leaving, it was almost like sneaking over the walls and kind of being like covert on those levels.
What if we float it down the river?
The river.
It's going upstream.
Yeah, I can't
This
switch the
river is
direction.
becoming the MVP. No, this is downstream, right? Or
No, downstream is
upstream
towards
from
the
keep?
east.
Right. So if we go to the mill and then we throw the stuff
Oh, I've got
onto the
you.
river in the mill, and then float it down to the secret passage there, and then just pick it up over there.
Yeah, but
This
depending on
river's
how
been
far
doing
we
some
go.
work.
If we are able to keep the mill from burning, there may be some barrels and stores that we could save some of the food. It would certainly help the town, but I don't think we would be able to save all of it or nearly enough. But it may be the situation where we can prevent a lot of the deaths from starvation, and it would just be a hardship for everyone to hold.
I agree, dear. We'll have to save what we can. The position is not defensible, but
If we are able to save the mill, and that is what we believe to be the best idea, I can contact Escobar and have him hold the old tunnel, and we can send things down. As long as we are not noticed, as long as the stores are not noticed, really as they pass over the old road, that would be the highest likeliness for them to see and stop our plans.
What if we do another one of those split party situations, get some recon before? I don't know.
I like the idea of going boldly down the street and performing and acting like we are. Uh,
Oh no, I think that's 100%. That's a great idea. I wasn't sure if we all do it or if just say
we should all do it.
The
I think.
non-orcs do it.
Well, I mean, I think we should all do it.
And then Ava's gonna kind of seriously look at Vicious and kind of consider if she's gonna pass for a cultist.
I can go stand off to the side somewhere.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I mean, are there generally half orcs in town, or I mean, it seems like it's an outlier race.
As far as things go, part of why I like all human campaigns is to make things strictly all human. As far as things go in a world where there is a blend, you can just as much assume that the cultists are a blend of mixed races as well. So
Okay.
she wouldn't necessarily stick out on that fashion. You may not have seen many half-orc cultists at this point, but it doesn't mean that there wouldn't be any.
Like blonde Asians. Got it.
Well, like, blonde Asians actually exist. I don't believe orcs actually exist, so it's slightly
Fair
different.
enough.
But I mean, you've already seen the actual like half dragons that are part of the cult. One of the wares in purple was a blue dragon. So there's already that level of like the cultists are not uniformly human.
Okay, cool. Yeah. So yeah, if it's not just gonna blow our cover just for her being out there, then 100% she can come along.
So you all could probably have like a total of 4 performance checks as you all walk down just that main road, that southern road, just pretty much heading straight towards the mill. So let me all have everyone do a performance check. And you can add a D4. We will have Edian bless everyone.
Oh, whatever it was, I failed at it.
Well, again, a group check is always... Well, shit, Araxis rolled like shit, too.
But I can do a D4 too, huh?
Yeah, so Araxis and Vicious, give me a D4.
Damn. I think Doc should also roll, huh?
Clutch. A 3 was what you needed. You
Awesome.
all are sufficiently able to act like cultists as you kind of cross over. You kind of like cross over this initial section. That's kind of what you would have walked across on that point. So you all are basically getting to the main crossroads there. Let me have you do another check.
I will raise my hand and like spread out my fingers and as a wave to these people.
As we go down the road, I would still like to look around if what I see.
What an effective wave.
I was hoping it would lower the DC.
Madam Ave, I don't think now is the time to surrender. Just wait until we're at least under attack.
Oh, you never know, dear. It's always a good time to surrender.
So you would kind of cover to that next position as you walk by. And what are you looking for, Araxis?
I just want to look around the overall scene, and I want to see where the people are, the villagers, where they are heading, and if they are bringing them in a certain direction or they are leaving that at place.
There are not villagers anymore. That's what I was explaining before.
So they are already away.
Yeah, the town's been getting raided for about 5 or 6 hours at this point.
All right, okay. But I would still be like looking around for where I see, but nothing in particular then.
Roll a perception check. As you're kind of glancing around, you notice that there's cultists here and there. But you kind of notice as you get closer to the mill and it starts to get within sight, the fires don't actually seem to be climbing the side of the mill. Everybody roll another performance.
Really bad at it.
This is starting to look like bait.
Oh, you know what? Bless doesn't work on skill checks.
Guidance.
Oh, guidance does.
Yeah, I'm arbitrarily giving you guys a plus D4 from her effect. She is not a character out of any rulebook. She is a created NPC to accomplish specific tasks. But yeah, you guys can still have the D4s, but regardless, I think even without it, you still made the DC that I had set. But as you all progress forward, you would most assuredly notice that this mill is not on fire. The fires are around the outskirts of the mill itself. But you would be getting about to this last house, the last bit of road here. Within sight of the mill, you would see some kobolds who are outside of the mill itself and seem to be like spreading fires. But again, the mill itself is not burning.
Can we tell if these are illusions?
Make an Arcana check.
As we approach, roughly how many kobold slash cultists are we seeing here?
Make a perception check.
Perhaps someone who is proficient can sort of scout to the left and help me with an advantageous role here.
You would have a pretty good sense that these do not appear to be illusory kobolds. And the fires themselves look real enough. The smoke seems real enough. As far as glancing about and taking a little spy over the area, it seems like maybe 6 to 10 kobolds.
Okay, before we
Could go speak to them.
Yes, I think that is an excellent idea. We should get as close as possible, begin to mumble something, and then once we have an opportunity, murder them all as soon as possible.
before we head inside or speak to them, I would look around and look if I can see the dragon somewhere.
It never takes you long to find the dragon. It is always flying overhead, and it seems to be lazily flying overhead, but it is still overhead. It has always been overhead. It's never not been overhead this evening. It still never actually seems to have swooped down to attack or anything. Make an intelligence check. My bad, not intelligence, wisdom. Do you have the same modifier?
No, the one is +2, the other one is +11, +1. Yeah.
It would be enough that again, when people ask specific questions, that's why I'm giving you specific checks. It's great that you threw out a nat 20 there, but I'm doing his 11. It would be enough that you would have a vague understanding that this dragon doesn't really seem to be in the fight. It doesn't seem entertained by this query, and at best, maybe it's just here to cause fear of an actual dragon while the cult itself is plundering. If you guys ask good questions, I'm having you do checks. I don't mean to like punish you for that, Jamie, but
Is there a sense that this dragon may be an illusion?
make an Arcana check. No, you don't even need to roll for that. No, the dragon 100% seems to be real.
Okay, right on.
It's the cult of the dragon. They destroy cities with the dragon.
Right.
But again, like from what Araxis can tell, the dragon doesn't seem entertained by this. That's part of why I was saying things like it doesn't seem to really be flapping its wings. It seems to just be kind of floating on the air as it kind of circles over like carrion. It's not. It doesn't find this battle to be worthy of its might. And that's kind of where you all are sitting at.
Does it look like it feels like it's being used by this cult? Does it have like an expression like it's
Does it
Let's
look
see.
sad or
doesn't even want to be here?
Your background is that dragon one. What is the check that it is for? Was it history or is it intelligence based?
I believe it is history.
No, it's in
For a
intelligence.
researcher.
But is history the intelligence? Am I just confusing that word? Yeah. So if you have history as a proficiency, you can do a history check with advantage. Otherwise, you can do an Arcana check, just normal. At this point, you're kind of getting the sense that, from what you understand of dragon attacks, they tend to almost hit and run. They use their flight as an advantage when they are out of their lair and use their breath without any question. And that is almost where their attacks are based, in that they will fly down, breathe and destroy, and then they'll fly up, keeping out of distance until they attack again. You've never really read about a dragon that just seems to circle presenting itself without actually doing anything.
Check Roger, thank you.
Which I think should confirm at least some level of this dragon is acting extremely abnormally. But I don't think it would be ideal for you to think that it is an illusion, because mechanically, if this dragon breathes on any of you, you're likely going to die.
Right, fair enough there. But yeah, just maybe thinking like maybe the tail is wagging the dog in this instance.
I think that is an extremely likely thing for Menemeva to come to conclusions with at this point. Because again, it's going on like 6 hours that this attack has been going on, and the dragon, every single time you all have spotted it, is many hundreds of feet up in the sky, and you've not seen it swoop down. So is the plan to walk up to the mill and talk to the kobolds?
Yeah,
Madam Ava, you speak a little bit of Draconic, do you not?
I do, dear.
Perhaps keep your words to the minimum and try to figure out who is in charge here, and then we can all strike. I will give us a sign when the time is right, and we should all strike out at the same time and try and surprise them. I will start to enter a little bit of a coughing fit, and that is the sign to strike.
All right, dear.
Alright, I will follow Madame Eva closely.
Everyone understands the plan, correct? When I begin to cough, we all strike.
Shouldn't Madame Ava be the one who coughs? Because she's the one talking and we don't understand Draconic, so we don't know what's happening at the moment, and she knows.
The only thing that matters is that Madame Ava is able to distract them and clearly point out who is in charge.
So how will you point out who's in charge?
I'll figure it out, dear.
All right. Okay.
And I'll start walking up.
So I'm gonna stick close to Doc instead, or no? I'm gonna stick close to Madame Eva still, anyways.
And she'll approach again with her hand kind of splayed out and say,
Hello, young dragon.
"Oh, there's a map. Okay, cool. Get all set up."
I assumed that Doc had said he was trying to scout like in one of the flanks. So I assume you all are not still approaching along the road like in full view, or are you holding off with everybody kind of back as Medeniva approached?
I wanted to stick to Madame Eva.
Don't creep on me, boy.
Then I'm gonna stay on the side of her, not behind her.
Alright, before we move forward, let's actually establish what the plan is. You all are probably, I think this is just inside of the 100 feet, which was the last check. Yeah, so this would essentially be, I think you can probably see a good bit of this situation from the fires that are actually existing up there. And I feel like I misunderstood the plan because I thought Madame Eva was going up solo. So, what is the plan
Yeah.
here?
I would also look like less of a threat without, just being an old woman. So that may play into our advantage. Plus, you're a sneaky boy. Go sneak.
I should sneak.
And also, these counters don't seem to be synced properly with the other counters. So your hit points may be off with these actual tokens right now.
So, Madame Eva, you're telling me I should sneak? Then I'm gonna sneak.
She said, "Don't creep on me."
Okay, then I'm gonna leave Madame Eva alone and I'm gonna not stick to her. Instead, I'm gonna sneak on the side. What is everyone else doing?
Yeah, Vicious is less potent from a distance, so it would be better if she walked up with Ava, and then maybe if things go wrong, and then perhaps the two of us can cover you at range. But the idea is to eliminate them before they can signal to the rest of the group, and we can whittle their numbers before we fight them all at once.
Right? I'll cover Madame Ava, I guess.
I believe it would be best if I walked forward with the two of them as well. I think we would be remiss to forget that the cultists have traveled in packs. Madame Eva, it would be wise for you to show your magical powers for them to believe that you were a part of this and not a commoner to be taken advantage of.
An excellent suggestion. I'm glad we brought you along.
So I rolled a stealth for Araxis. You feel stealthy. Are you going to be stealthy as well, Doc?
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna be stealthy and just try to snipe these dudes.
You as well feel stealthy? Sorry, but I like the idea of stealth being the type of thing that you don't actually know how stealthy you are.
Yeah, it's good.
So Vicious, Madame Eva, and Edian are all ready to move forward. The two of you can move to where you would like to go to as you watch the situation.
Doc, do you have probably a torch or something?
Perhaps the torch is not the best idea for being stealthy, my friend.
Yeah, but I don't know if you can shoot a bow in the dark, but
Let them move as well, Ben.
Yes.
You should be able to see the kobolds lit up in fire, no?
yeah, okay. I mean, if someone attacks her, but no one should attack her. So
Do
You
we
guys
gain a
should.
benefit to our stealth by not having a torch lit, or is it pointless?
It's more that you don't have a detriment to your stealth by having a torch lit.
You won't be able to see.
So you're saying it's beneficial to not have a torch lit?
Yes, it is definitely beneficial. And I believe all of your targets are presently lit with light, as well as Madame Eva and Edelin are carrying torches forward to even further light the situation.
Okay, perfect.
sorry guys, I need to take a call for a second. I think I will be back in around 10 minutes.
Alright, if it works for everybody, let's take a quick break here and we can rejoin in a few moments.
Yeah,
Sounds good.
Josh will be on too. All right.
All right, thank you.
Well, hell, Ben, are you taking a break?
Just go to the bathroom here real quick, but I'll be right back.
Word, let me know when you're back because we can probably do a little bit of the conversation out of hand, just like the two of us while
Oh,
you're gone.
perfect. Yeah. Yeah, give me like 20 seconds.
Oh, hello, young dragon.
I'm actually going to pull you to a private room. Let me actually make sure nobody else speaks Draconic. Oh, my bad. I pressed that right at the wrong time. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, yes. Just had to switch it on my phone here. Can you hear me okay?
Oh, yeah. All right, so this will kind of just be a fast forward of it, so I don't have to have them all like waiting in
Sure.
silence while we're actually like talking here, because essentially the two of you will be the only ones speaking in Draconic here. So as you approach the kobold, you're opening with "Hello, young dragon."
Pretty much, yeah. Just kind of a disarming greeting and flattering to them.
Hello, hello. Lenathan be praised. Everything goes well. All is well with you?
Indeed, innocent be praised.
Let me have a deception check from you. And this is more or less for your full greeting here. Or I guess it could be a performance as well, but yeah, that's definitely sufficient. That was probably the biggest and most important of all of them. So as you come forward, the kobold kind of like returns the greeting to you. Do you actually know the Cult of the Dragon hand signal? Is that why you've been saying that about spreading your fingers like that as you greet them? Alright, I felt like that was a sufficient thing for Madame Eva to know. So you already know that one hand signal that is essentially like a kind of get out of jail free card for greeting cultists. And the kobolds most certainly respect and know the symbol as well. As you greet it, it returns to you, Lenathan be praised, and you return the same, pronouncing the dragon's name correctly. You would pretty quickly get a response from the kobold to be weary. We are preparing to ambush any of the saviors. We are told that there are 6 traveling through the town who have waylaid some of the plans of the great the name of the NPC. I feel like it is not Severin. Resmir. There are 6 who are here, and they are. Oh wait, no, my bad. That's still the wrong name. Frulam. There are 6 who are tarnishing the name of Frulam, and we are here to ambush them. Be weary. There are many of us, and they will come soon. They will come for their food. They always come.
Indeed, that is why we're here.
You are here to help? You help us kill the big ones? Excellent.
Well, we have our orders that are separate from yours. You are to continue the ambush, but we are to remove the grain. It will feed our people just as well as it would feed theirs.
If we... dirty humans. We will burn it and they will all suffer. Make a persuasion for me. You can tell that the kobold is noticeably upset to hear that things are changing.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
You see as a bigger kobold comes forward and kind of joins the conversation after overhearing a little bit of it, and the little one kind of like just barks across to it the different information that you two have passed, and it kind of turns to you. Why has Frulam changed these plans? We were supposed to burn all of it and make them all suffer and die.
Right, but we also have humans on our side who need to eat. Me being one of them as well. What else are we gonna do with this? Burn it? And starve in the winter?
An offering to the great dragons, we will burn it all. Ah, blast that damn Frulam changing the plans now.
In fact, maybe easier just to throw it over the side into the river.
Make a persuasion check.
Come on, baby.
Yes, we can throw it away. It will mold with the dirt and the grime of the river. Excellent, excellent. You seem weak. Do you have... Is the big one there? Will she help? Is she the one to throw it over? We have many kobolds who can help. And you see as he kind of clicks his hands out.
Would the kobolds enjoy doing it? We can certainly do it ourselves if we must.
We don't want the big ones to have all of the fun. We want to join in. And you see as about like 6 more kobolds kind of respond to him clicking his fingers.
Awesome.
Excellent. Then we shall proceed.
After we destroy it all in the river, can we burn it then? Burn it all? Make them come here and fall for the trap with the whole thing burning. A brilliant fire to the great dragons.
If you burn it, they won't come. They have no reason to. I know you kobolds are not the brightest, but at the same time, you are wise. If you think it through, you will see the logic in it.
Why wouldn't they? You see him like noticeably confused. Why wouldn't they? They should, if they would.
For the trap,
But if we make it look like it's burning, and it is burning, wouldn't they still... let's see. Let me have... Trying to think what a good twist on it. I feel like let me have a performance check, but with your intelligence modifier.
All right. Performance plus 3.
Yes. We will wait. We want to burn it and make the sky gold with fire.
indeed, and you shall. But wait till the 6 are inside first.
The light will come soon. We are only kobolds here. Well, did you see them along the roads? Have you heard anything from Sayonarath? Any of them? Where are the 6 now? Where were they last seen?
Far to the west, dear.
Did you actually mean to the west? Like off the map to the west?
Well, I mean, I'm at east.
I got you. We cannot hold this position long. If we hide from the Great Eye, can we burn it then? Did Frulam tell us that we can burn it then? If they do not come, can we burn it then?
The great eye, dear.
And he like points off into the sky, basically like signaling the sun that they're basically it's your first clue that at this point the kobolds are getting really itchy to leave this raid with the prospect of the sun coming up before they can get back underground.
Okay. In that case, let me see if I can persuade them that we can take over their watch, and I will do
You can
like
do
a
another
show
persuasion with intelligence. Or if you wanted to do a performance with intelligence, that's fine.
Okay, persuasion's fine. And then +3 to that. And then I guess I don't have any like
Wait,
prestidigitation.
+3 more? Was that
Yeah.
16 with +3 more?
Yes, the 16 was +3 more.
Yeah, as far as skill challenges go, you fucking crushed it with those rolls.
Helps to have a clear crowd behind you.
So let's see if I can rewind this, and as we join back with everybody, I can explain what would have just happened in real time for them as well. But at that point,
Also, before we jump over, who was the person? Let me.
you would have heard two of the names of the commanders, Cyanarath, as well as Frulam. And then you also heard the name Lenithon, which I believe you could sufficiently attribute to the dragon pretty quickly.
Gotcha.
So, you will, as far as I am concerned, you now understand that it is going to be your job to prevent them from attacking. The first 3 rounds, I think it was, until they revealed another 6 kobolds. I think he initially saw maybe 5 or 6 kobolds, and you can probably see 6 at this point, and you saw 6 pop out of hiding. I think you could make a intelligence check for me. I think you could sufficiently gather that there are likely more kobolds than that in hiding as well. So
Okay.
I think it would be sufficient to say that Madame Eva understands that you have convinced these kobolds to help you throw everything into the river, and then that you can maintain the post for them when the sun begins to rise, or rather when they get impatient enough that you've convinced them that they're like relieved of duty.
Awesome.
So we will see if that can be translated across the group from the distance that you all are in. So I think they're left back there, so we'll probably have you rewind. As the group back to there, and we'll kind of progress forward from there.
Sounds good.
Is everyone back at this point?
Here.
I'm here.
Alright, so Ben and I ran through the conversation that would have happened in Draconic. So we are going to try to have the conversation back from there. But we'll kind of go still turn from this point. But I feel like that's where everybody was in this essential movement phase. So as they progress forward as a group, another here. If the two of you want to sneak further, you can make another stealth check. If you are staying there, you can already feel sufficiently stealth.
Yeah, I'm staying at my point.
So as the group moves forward, you would see the 3 of them kind of holding a position. A kobold kind of moving forward and almost in like a barking sort of voice start to speak to Madame Eva, and you hear this almost like a scratchy reply from her that pretty well, like, for Madame Eva's soft voice and kind of where her voice like sits, this seems absolutely like completely alien to her. As she speaks Draconic to this kobold, they seem to make a few hand signals at each other and exchange a few words. The kobold seems as far as you've ever seen of these vile little creatures, it seems almost pleased to see her. And she kind of responds with a pretty similar sound, almost replying with the same greeting. And the two kind of get on for a few moments there. After a little moment, they seem to exchange a few extra words. The kobold raising its hand high towards the dragon in the air. The two of them seem to almost lower their voices as the kobold seems pleased, and then fall into almost a moment of displeasure. And Madame Eva seems to kind of reply in a way that she seems things are going well. As far as your friend Madame Eva seems to act, you guys can get the impression, I think, that she's being pretty successful in this conversation, and they, on some level, believe she is a cultist, and perhaps she has delivered ill news towards this kobold. Moments later, you would see a larger kobold kind of come from the outskirts. As it sort of walks forward, there would be an exchange of some pretty similar words. Kobold almost, let me see. I feel like it was excited for a moment, and then almost hear the same, the third time you would have heard this phrase kind of repeated, and it seems almost displeased, as if it's losing out on a bit of pleasure. And I think Madame Eva would have made kind of a few statements in that growling sound, and the kobold, almost kind of broken a little bit, would just kind of mutter what I think would be, for almost all to see without any real questioning, is a broken almost understanding that it's yeah. And a few moments later, you would see that same kobold kind of click its fingers, and out of the woods, you would start to see 6 more kobolds approach. It won't ungroup them, my bad, 1 second. And I think as the conversation kind of goes on, Madame Eva's kind of pointing off towards the mill, and the kobolds seem to reference towards the sky. You'd see a little bit of kind of motioning from them. Let me have everybody make a insight check. Vicious, let me have a wisdom check from you. Just a straight wisdom. And Araxis, straight wisdom.
What?
Just a wisdom roll. Just a wisdom check. Alright. Araxis and Vicious, the two of you are getting the impression that the kobolds seem to be surrounding the 3 of your friends who are around Madame Eva. Doc, you get the impression, did Madame Eva just convince them? They all seem to be obeying her commands at this point. And as she continues to speak with the larger of the kobold, he kind of keeps motioning towards the mill, and you can see joy in his face as he almost looks towards the flame, and then the feet as Madame Eva kind of motions towards it and towards the river, and then after a few moments you start to see as some of the kobolds start to head into the actual mill itself.
waiting for you to say they were going to throw themselves into the river and drown.
You will never be able to convince things to harm themselves. Breaks a lot of charms, let alone skill checks. And then let's see. From there, you start to see as the bigger kobold kind of motions towards the sky. It appears to be kind of pointing towards the east in the sunrise. Madame Eva seems to be kind of like speaking almost calming words, but they're still, to all of your ears, they would still appear as very like crass and sharp. They don't really like sit well in your ear. Like Draconic is not the type of language that seems like soothing to you, so much as it's a very odd sounding feel to the commoner's ear. But after a few moments, the kobolds seem to head further and further into the mill, and I think you would start to see some of the kobolds coming out with large crates, and they begin throwing shit into the river. And I think with that, Menimiva would be able to turn to Vicious and ask what you would of her.
Try not to kill anybody today, dear.
And then she's gonna do a thieves' cant with a trying to pull like a piece of lint off of her, or a loose string off of her elbow. I guess in the direction that she thinks Araxis is, which I guess is north, somewhere that way.
So roll a performance, and you can do your intelligence modifier, and then Araxis, let me have a perception check from you.
+3 to that.
Nice.
Like your intelligence modifier is 3 higher than your wisdom?
It's 3.
Oh, shit, my bad. I didn't even notice that his already rolled. I feel like they popped up at the same time. Yeah, so you would sufficiently be able to spot... I think Araxis is the other person who speaks Thieves' Cant. So
right, yeah.
You would be able to specifically pick that up. I think Doc already has a good understanding of what's going on, but that would definitely allay your fear at that point, Araxis. But you can most certainly, if you would like to, try to whisper to Doc to try to share the news that... I believe what you were trying to say is we have this situation under control.
Short. Yeah, just it's all, or play along, that's the one.
Yeah. So at this point, as far as mechanics go, Madame Eva has convinced them that you all are sent here by the boss on high. The kobolds are going to help you throw things into the river to destroy the grain so the humans can't actually use it for the winter. And then they are going to try to ambush the heroes who are expected to come here to stop the fire. And if the sun begins to rise before you're able to kill off the heroes, they will pass on the watch to you. So you guys are welcome to kind of go about...
Yeah, I'm definitely not going to stay here for the rest of the 4 hours or whatever. That was definitely not what they told us to do or asked us to do.
So at that point, you guys can kind of make a effort to get back up to Madame Eva. But at this point, you've kind of seen a bunch of kobolds come out from the woodworks. and she's more or less there in like the same spot with the others, but the kobolds are tossing all of the grain into the river, which, like, mechanically, that was part of the potential plan that you all had, was to float it down towards the keep.
I guess as they seem like they're all distracted and everyone's like inside or in route or whatever, I will take a surprise round on the kobold leader right there.
I love you.
Assuming that when Madame Eva lifted her arm up and like grabbed the piece of string, that was the signal to cut off the head.
Right. Thought we weren't supposed to kill anyone.
It's D&D. We're supposed to kill everyone.
All right, Doc, you can take your attacks.
All right, I'm gonna blast at. I think I'm gonna shoot the guy. I think. Man, did I get the impression that the guy right here was the one in charge?
Well, I'm going to throw it out there. You already said that you wanted to attack the dragon shield. So I feel like that's who you are attacking this first round. But that was indeed the one that I think you would get the best impression was in charge.
The one right here.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. I'm gonna stick with the plan and try to cut off the head. And is this gonna be at disadvantage or just a regular shot?
What are you shooting? What's your attack?
Longbow. I just want to make sure before I roll, and then you're like randomly like it's at disadvantage.
That's inside of 150 feet. Everything's well lit because they've got torches by them.
Okay, cool.
I don't try to fuck you guys. I try to play by the rules.
No, I'm just asking ahead of time. I'm gonna use a superiority dice. 14 hits.
14 will miss. one moment. I am looking up a little ruling real quick. Is that the end of your turn, Doc?
That is the end of my surprise round, right? And then I get to. Do I get to do anything else before my actual turn?
Well, it's just the first round of combat. That's why I was trying to like fix the idea that there is no surprise round. Everybody who is before you starts the round surprise, so they cannot move or take an action.
Well, that changes everything if I'm not getting a free attack before the combat starts. That's like a completely different thing. That's not a surprise round. That's just me going first.
Well, that's one of the things, again, that's how surprise works, is things that start ahead of you are surprised, so their first turn is basically just lost. You take your turn, but everything that goes before, like once things go, they are no longer surprised. The round continues from there.
That's not a surprise round. That's just me having the highest initiative.
Well, this is how surprise is supposed to be played.
So you're changing the rules.
No, this is the rules of how surprise works.
Have you ever played it this way before?
We literally played it this way last night.
Yeah, we play it this
So
way
you're
all the time.
changing the rules that you didn't tell us you're changing the rules. If you just will tell us when you're going to change something, it would be completely fine. But it literally changes the whole situation if you don't.
This is how surprise is played. I may have played it incorrectly in the past, but I felt like last night you had a proper understanding of how it worked from that surprise round.
Read what you just posted. If you are surprised, you cannot move or take an action on your first turn of combat. So what's happening right now? I attack first because I had the surprise round, right? Then it's going to go through the whole initiative order. No one else is going to be able to do anything because they are surprised, correct?
No one else is going to be able to take a action, a movement, or a reaction until their turn progresses. But otherwise, yes, I agree with what you said.
So all you did was just overcomplicate it, but it's being played exactly the same way. Is that right?
Except for the fact that Ben wants to say something on his turn, and that's a key thing, is that I don't see a reason why he cannot speak on his turn. But otherwise, yes, it's going to start back at that initiative 20 for the second round, and other than that, you got an extra round of combat.
As you decide that you're going to interpret the rules differently or whatever, just let us know and then we can expect it and we can make our decisions accordingly. Okay? Because the whole point of me trying to get an extra hit on the first round of combat was to stop a guy from being able to act and potentially kill someone to affect the action economy. So if we're not doing it the same way we've always done it, just let us know that ahead of time.
Last night we played the proper way. I don't understand why you wouldn't have noticed from that round, from that combat. And this is how it is from the books. I'm not changing rules. I'm playing them more properly.
You might not be changing the rules. You might be saying you're playing them properly, but it's like what you did with the shield when you said, okay, from now on it's going to cost you an action if you want to don or doff your shield because I've been playing it wrong or whatever. That's fine, but just let us know. That's all we're asking.
I told you guys at the exit of the old tunnel, and you drew your shield at that time the old way, and then later in the combat I said it again is when I forced it to be an actual action. I'm not trying to fuck you over from things, but when I find out that I am playing something incorrectly, I am changing it to playing more correctly.
That's totally cool. Just let us know ahead of time when you make a discovery or change a rule or whatever. Just say, hey, I read something. I've been doing it wrong. I'd like to alter how we're going to do it. So from now on, it's going to be this way. And then that will alleviate all the confusion.
I don't understand the problem right now. We are fixing the issue. You got your surprise round. The only thing that's going to be different is Ben is going to get to say what he's saying. let's just move on with the combat, and we can continue fighting.
Perfect. I'm ready to go.
Ben, what would you like to yell at?
Ava's gonna yell out.
Iknakarak, Yulatham Uraya.
Let me have a deception at disadvantage here. Actually, you know what? Just do it straight. Good roll of a 4. And it will go to Araxis. Are you there, Jan? Doc, take another turn here while we wait for Jan to get back.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
All right. So should I make my turn or stop making his turn right now?
Oh, go ahead, boss.
I would simply attack the same one as Doc attacked if I can, but I need to move first.
You are more than welcome to take your move. Seems that whatever Madame Eva has said, the kobolds are still somewhat confused and in disarray.
Wait, I wouldn't attack for right now. I just would use my action to dash in the direction.
If you're just doing the movement, then it can go to Doc.
All right, I will shoot the same cobalt again, and this time I will use 2 knives. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna continue to shoot with my bow, actually, but this time I'm gonna shoot.
A 20 will hit. End of the turn for Doc.
Yep, that's it.
This sorcerer is going to cast Scorching Ray. The first 2 shots will be at Doc, and the third will be at Araxis.
That hits.
Give me 1 second. You might be outside of the light where yours. Yeah, yours is at disadvantage. So, well, it's still the 15 though. So
Yeah,
21 to hit Doc should be for 8 fire. I believe 11 will miss, and then a 15 for 2 fire on Araxis. And then it will go to Menamiva.
All right. I think she's gonna move up around here behind this rock and kind of and take cover behind this rock. I think she might. I think she's gonna cast a firebolt at the house or at the windmill.
Where do you want to aim it?
Ooh, well, I guess I can. Let's aim it at this pile of wood right here.
All right, those little like outcroppings, those are the doors. So I think you could, well, you might not see the more like northern of those doors, but you at least like know that one by the wood pile there is a door. But you can go for the wood pile.
Yeah, let's go for the wood pile. Let's just say some more draconic stuff, and then that'll be that.
The dragon shield is going to look at Madame Eva, a little confused, thinking that you just agreed that burning it down too soon was not a good idea. Is going to, I guess really before it moves, it's going to chuck its spear at Doc for 2 piercing damage, and then it is going to drop back. The next sorcerer is going to do the same, but it's going to shoot 1 at Doc and 2 at Araxis. The ones at Araxis will be at disadvantage. So at Doc, and then at Araxis. I'm not sure why those rolled with blessed, but it is not blessed. So I Must have accidentally clicked something, but 10 versus Doc should miss. And then a nat 1 misses versus Araxis, and then the 18 should hit for 4 damage, Araxis.
Yes.
And it will go back to Araxis. Oh, wait a second here. Did you ever roll initiative with Vicious?
I thought so. Yeah, I guess I didn't select again. No, I'm in there. Did you
I
put it in
just
there?
added you. What would you have done last turn?
My target's no longer standing where it was. Crap. I guess I'll go around and see what Madame Eva's doing. See if I can find a target. There we go. All right, so I'm running up to this Kobold Dragon Shield. Let's see, one? It's not, whatever. The thing I'm next to. See it?
Affirmative.
All right, and then I will attack it, because that is the type of thing that I do.
Uh, 23 hit.
I don't have any rage. I don't know why it says rage. I guess it just puts it in automatically.
Alright, so that should put it sufficiently back to Araxis.
Yeah, so after being attacked, I'm gonna move a little bit because I still am too far away. I'm gonna attack the kobold in front of Wishes with my bow.
Nineteen hits.
I would guess I can apply my sneak attack.
It already had sneak attack, which was way better damage.
Alright, and then I'm gonna end my turn with that.
And to Doc.
All right, I will shoot at the kobold. I'm going to use a superiority die on that one.
Is this the one that Vicious is on?
I can't see Vicious. I clicked on it.
Word. Sorcerer 2, I think?
I can't see it's in the shade.
Sorcerer 3, word.
16 for 16.
I believe that one is probably, if it's in the shade, it should be at disadvantage.
It's not in the shade. I can see the whole guy. I just cannot see the writing underneath its name.
Word. 16 hits.
I will use my free action to pick up the torch, and I'll use my bonus action to action sir. Um,
Oh, I just moved that torch off of Edrin so I could add her to initiative. It wasn't like dropped or anything. And it will go to Vicious.
All right. I am going to yell, and I am going to see if I can finish this thing off. Maybe that's enough. And
15 hits.
not as good as last time.
Gonna do the first Scorching Ray at Edelin, the second at Araxis, and the third at Doc. Uh, 17 for 10 at Doc.
and you can see my guy right now, where you're at.
Yep.
Okay, I feel like the dynamic lighting is just to the point where it's just not functioning correctly. Okay, see on my screen, the dynamic lighting has this all is completely blacked out, like I'm in a bush or something like that. So that was the whole point of me moving over here. But I can't see that without a torch on the screen, which is why I was trying to pick up a torch. So I guess I can move into the woods somewhere where you can't see me. I just feel like the dynamic lighting on this board is not correct. On my screen, it is black from here, here, here. It's completely black. All this is completely black, and you can't see anything.
I've got a lot of stuff blocked also. but I can see my target, so I'm cool with that.
It looks like on my screen I'm standing in a bush where I can't be seen, shooting out of it.
Part of the problem is that to display stuff in certain functions, yes, it looks incorrect for other functions. The board itself is not the same as the lighting. The lighting is meant to give you a perspective, not necessarily the perspective.
Well, if you're gonna argue every little thing I try to do, then I'm gonna argue every little thing that
I don't want to deal with a rules lawyer. I want to play the actual game and play the actual combat.
I could not agree with you more.
Well, then just go along with the rules that I put in place, because that's literally my job, is to try to present the situation.
Cool. I'll just move somewhere else then, because I didn't even finish moving before you just went on after it. So.
You have to ask, is there a way for me to move here and get out of sight if that is what you are looking to do? Because you are essentially over the road in that position where you are. Those are little cliff edges that are like the grass above the road. They're embankments.
Is there a place I can move where I also can be at disadvantage and not just everybody else that gets shot at?
Either getting out of the light or moving into those trees or behind the stones to the southeast of me.
Okay, perfect. I'll do that.
Ben, there's not going to be any more convincing them of you being on their side at this point. Although I guess that's probably a 14-minute-old message now.
Oh yeah, yeah. That was on the last turn when I shot the firebolt. But at the same time, I am in theater of the mind at the moment. So if anything, I'll just do a stealth for now. Got to pick up the kid.
Word. You feel stealthy.
Awesome. But yeah, that's my turn.
I forgot to update my health.
The Dragon Shield is going to strike out at Vicious for a 13 and a 6 to hit.
I'm a 13.
sling a rock at Adian. Will ping off of her armor, and it will go to her. Alright, is everyone's token currently at the proper health? Araxis is at 2. Vicious is at 10.
I think so. I think I took 2 damage from the first time you hit. I went back up and tracked what the rolls were.
Araxis, is your hit points correct right now at 2 hit points?
Yes, I mean the Soldering Ray and last one hit me for 10, so hit me for 10, so yeah.
Edelin is going to heal you for 11.
Great.
Going to try to sling a rock at Araxis with disadvantage. 5 will miss. And it will go to Araxis.
Well, I will again attack the Kobold Dragon Shield 7 in front of Wishes with my bow.
Which one? The Dragon Shield?
The Dragon Shield 1 is I read 7, but I meant 1. The Dragon
Roll
Shield
the
1.
actual damage.
Yeah.
Nice.
Your sneak attack is 2d6 right now?
I wrote it from beyond D&D. Beyond D&D Beyond, I mean. So
Alright,
it should
word.
be 2d6.
Yeah, I thought it was 1d6 per level of rogue. But yeah, that'll do 17 just by the sneak attack will kill him. But for a total of 29, we'll most certainly finish him.
Yeah. Would be the and that would be the I mean I cannot try to I'm not gonna try to hide right now. I'm just gonna end it at that because I feel like Wishes would die if I hide.
Can't your rogue ability, can't you use dodge as a bonus action?
Oh yeah, you're right about it. Then I'm gonna use dodge.
Yeah, so you can take dodge and have an auto disadvantage.
Great. I'm gonna take dodge then. Oh no, I can't take dodge. I can only use dash, disengage, or hide.
Okay, it's higher levels that you get dodge, I think, on that maybe.
Yeah, I think so too.
But otherwise, if you hold that position, it's going to go to Doc.
Can you just put my token where I need to be at disadvantage or hidden or whatever?
Like that's all you're doing is you're moving to hide?
No, I'm moving to where I need to be positioned where you said I needed to be last turn. Not hidden, but so that I was at disadvantage when people shot at me instead of out in the open.
I mean, that's more or less outside of the light or outside of their range.
You said I could like be in the tree line, behind some rocks, or somewhere else.
That was to gain cover.
Yeah, that's what I want. Can you move it where I need to be to gain cover?
That's there.
All right, so I will move right here. I will shoot at this kobold right here. Actually, wait, I might do this one instead. All right, I'll move right here and then shoot at this kobold right here. With 2 daggers. First one is 19 for 5. And 23 for 4.
Both will hit. The first one would have killed him.
Oh, well. All right,
Yeah, I'll
then
be back by next week.
just do the second one at this guy right here then. Damn it. Dead?
Like
The one that was
Cobalt
right
3.
there? This one, I think. Is he dead?
I'm not actually looking at that, so this one doesn't tell me anything. The Dragon Shield and Cobalt 5 are dead right now.
Okay. That's that. I'll just do the one attack and be done.
And on to Vicious.
All right, I'm gonna look around, and I don't see anybody outside the building, but I don't really want to run in if everybody else is outside.
Yeah, you definitely would have seen all of the kobolds that are here by now, Vicious, so you would know that there are approximately like 6 to 10 kobolds inside of the building right now.
Are all the ones outside dead?
I don't believe you can see any living kobolds right now.
Okay. Then I guess I'll run in. I don't understand what's up with this building. Is this a door? Just no.
I feel like the image is set up with like saloon style doors, like from an old western. So those little things that kind of like jut out from the side, those are the different doors. So you're like just north and east of a door. So there's a door south and west of you. And then there's a door that is like a good ways away north and west of you.
Okay, so the one that's the thing I can see slightly north of me, like 2 squares north of me, is that a window?
Yeah, I feel like those are meant to be windows.
All right, this is just weird. Okay, so I'm gonna run up to the door. Is the door closed?
Again, I'm really just, I don't have that one actually built into dynamic lighting, but it is essentially just like a swing door.
All right, so I'll burst through the door. which is probably stupid, but hey. Now it's completely dark.
Should have view from there.
Alright. Okay, that was probably a really stupid idea. Oh well, that's what you do when you're a barbarian. I think I'll be making a new character soon. Alright, I'm gonna come down here and yell and try to beat up on this one. Why has this one got wings and the other ones don't?
Because that is a winged kobold. My bad, I had to reload. I am almost positive 19 will hit. I think a winged kobold will die at 5 hit points, but I have to see once I get back to the creature. Nope, he's going to be bloodied, but he has a little bit of hit points left. And if that is...
a little bit, it's more than mine.
And on to Madame Eva.
All right. I guess can I see this winged kobold from through the door there?
I feel like you could get an angle on it.
All right. Let's do firebolt.
You'd have to move north to actually get it. You should be able... I've got the dynamic lighting like that wall fixed. If you move north, you should be able to see through the door.
Sure.
Oh,
yeah.
one's gonna fail anyways.
Yes. Yeah.
Any other movement or bonus?
Yeah, I should probably do something here. Don't have too much room. Let me get. Oh gosh. There. And that's it.
Just a dagger attack at Vicious. 16 for 7 damage.
Okay, that takes me down to 3 hit points. I'm drinking the health potion.
You cannot yet.
On my turn if I'm not dead.
And a firebolt at Vicious. This should be at advantage. 15 for 6.
Okay, I will now fall down. I am at 0, but since I'm a half orc, I think that takes me to 1.
I believe that is correct.
So do I fall down or not?
Nope.
Alrighty, I'll just stay at 1 and hang out for a while until something else hits me, I guess.
Kobold's going to run up and sling a rock at Arax. 11 for 6 damage.
11 will miss. Which one is throwing the rock?
It should be like directly to the east of you, or west of you rather.
Oh yeah, yeah. Okay,
Kobold
I see it.
3.
It's like a little bit. I think I see it. I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's like 25 feet to the west of you right now. Just on the other side of those rocks. Yep, that's the one.
Yeah, it's kind of strange. I somehow see like the top left from it, but yeah, I know.
Edian will move up to the north and use her last healing on Vicious. For 11. Wait a second, no. Damn it, it didn't actually roll the healing. For 7.
Okay, so I get 7.
That is correct.
That was very nice. I'm still in the red. I'm still in the red zone, but you know, at least it's more of an orange red.
This one's going to sling a rock across at Edian. And it will miss. It will go to Araxis.
Well, I want to take revenge to the kobold that hit me. Okay, yeah. Wait. Give me. I'm gonna move here. Here I can see it. And I'm gonna shoot it with my bow.
That will miss.
And then well, I will use my bonus action to use another dash and dash to the other guys. And dash right there. That would be the end of my turn.
On to Doc.
So is that torch really there or no?
I feel like someone else must have dropped that torch because I've got a torch on Adian and Madame Ev has got a torch. I'm not sure where that one came from.
Yeah, I don't know. This dynamic lighting on my map is so screwed up right now. Like, it makes no sense. Like, when I was standing where I was just at a second ago, the whole board was completely black. So I'm going to throw a knife at the kobold in front of me. Uh, 11 to hit for 5 damage.
11 will miss.
And I'll do the same one more time.
That will kill.
That's it for me.
On to Vicious. You are welcome to chug your healing potion, but you would have just been healed by Edian.
I just wish I'd known that there was a kobold south of me, like outside the building, instead of, I don't know how many that. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, I've got 9 with me inside the building. Well, that's fun.
I told you would have roughly seen that there were 10 kobolds inside.
Yeah, I know. I thought all the ones outside were dead. They weren't. Okay, so drinking the potion is a bonus action, I guess?
It is indeed.
Okay, I'm gonna go for that. Figures. Okay. Well, it's 5 plus. And I'm back to the 12 that I started this several hours with. Okay, so I'm gonna beat up on the thing in front of me because that's what I understand. For nothing.
7 will miss. Do you care to move at all?
Hey, that's a good idea. I hadn't thought of that before. I am gonna run outside and I'm gonna hang out with my buddy Araxis here.
The winged kobold is going to strike at you as you run outside. An 8 will miss.
Okay, so then I'm gonna yell, there are a lot of kobolds in there.
And on to Madame Eva.
All right. Well, this is getting to be kind of a mess. Let's see. Oh,
I strongly don't recommend that you do not go in the building by yourself.
oh yeah. I guess I'll get here, and then I'll just take a stealth action.
I'm going to stick to rolling people's stealths for the near
Oh,
future.
okay, sure.
Oddly enough, not that I want you to always know, I rolled a 4.
Dice never lie.
But I feel like it's easier to say you feel stealthy when you guys don't actually know what you're stealth.
Oh no, that makes sense. Yeah.
And I feel like there was another check that I had in mind should be rolled by the DM behind the screen, but I can't think of it offhand right now. The winged kobold is going to fly outside, and it is going to drop a stone. Oh shit, I didn't realize I could alt double click like even the cog and it'd still open the character sheet. It's going to drop a rock on Edian for 8 bludgeoning. So that kobold is like 15 feet up in the air right now above Edian.
Where's this thing?
It is 1 square northwest of you, but 15 feet up in the air.
Okay, so who's the rock dropped on?
On Edian, on the cleric.
Oh, okay. Oh, is that who's under the torch?
Yeah, it fucking sucks trying to like click on her with the torch. Edian is going to use Orison on Vicious, and you can add. Oh, damn, I've got those mixed up. Fuck. I think it's an extra D4 to your next attack roll or saving throw.
That's great, but I can't attack vertically like that. 15 feet's way high. Okay, I do.
Well, she thinks you're a badass, so she felt like you were the right choice.
Wait, what's that? A D4? What'd you say?
Let me confirm it, and I will get back to you before it's your turn here. Kobold's going to charge towards Doc and sling a rock. I think 14 misses for 3 bludgeoning.
Yeah, it's a miss.
Going to sling a rock at Vic.
Is that me?
Yep, 7 should miss. And we'll go to Araxis.
Well, so can I see the one next to Doc right now? Just to go.
It's like above the road, so that's clear cover.
I feel like I have connection problems right now.
You can see Cobalt 10 in front of Doc with no cover. It's like above the actual road. That embankment is like earth built up above the road surface, so it's like 3 feet above the road.
Okay, so anyways, I'm gonna still think I'm gonna hit the one in front of Vicious with my. I'm gonna move
So
to it.
there's one 15 feet above your head flying over Edian, and then there's the one that you just moved into contact with.
Yeah, I'm gonna move into contact with that one, and I'm gonna hit it with my rapier.
20 will hit. 9 will kill.
And I'm gonna use my bonus action to dash. I'm gonna move here on the road. And that would be the end of my turn.
And it will go to Doc.
Right. I will dagger the cobalt right in front of me. Yeah, I'll just take that.
9 will miss.
And then 11 for 5.
11 will miss. Any movement before ending?
Yeah, I'm gonna move over here, and I will use my free action to pick up one of my other daggers. And that's it for my turn.
Going to swing a rock at Vicious. I believe 13 will miss.
Yep.
And it will go to Vicious. And yes, it is a D4 that you can add to your next attack or to your next saving throw. But it is essentially just for a round anyway.
All right, so I'm gonna use a javelin, and it's 15 feet above me, or
That is correct.
I'm gonna try to hit this thing 15 feet above me. Can't really picture it, but I can throw a javelin.
21 will hit, and 8 will kill.
So
Now it's falling down on top of you.
What?
Now it's falling down on top of you.
I run to the side. So it doesn't look like there's anything else. Oh, wait, there's one in the south. Well, I'm going to assume that Araxis can take care of that one, and I'm going to kind of hang out and wait for people to want to go inside, or for the kobolds to come out.
Beneva?
I will ready a firebolt in case this Kobold 9 comes out of the building.
I assume in case a kobold comes out of the building is sufficient.
Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily know one from the other.
So a kobold will arrive in front of that door. It'd be like +3 AC. That will hit, and that will kill.
Shakana.
she doesn't have a weapon attack. Eddie's going to give a D4 to Vicious again. What is it? Doc is underneath a dead kobold.
Yeah, I was picking up my dagger right there.
It's a good disguise.
Going to sling a rock at Araxis. 8 will miss. And it'll go to Araxis.
Well, I'm gonna attack the kobold number 6. If it hits, but I feel like it doesn't hit.
That will miss.
Yeah, and then I'm gonna move to the right. I don't know how this rock looks like, but I'm gonna try to use. No, I'm gonna try just to stand behind it. I'm not gonna try to hide.
Can you get north of that rock? Or are you trying to protect yourself from the north, or are you trying to protect yourself from the south?
I'm gonna try to protect myself from the north because there are more kobolds.
Yeah, so if you're south of that rock, you'll gain a little bit of cover.
Yeah, that was my aim.
And then to Doc.
Move right here. Use my free action to pick up my other dagger. Oh, damn, it just pulled me back to the last screen. I'm just going to throw a dagger at the kobold that's like right by me.
To the east of you. Just like a normal throw. 17 will hit and 6 will kill.
And then I'm going to move over to it and pick up my dagger. Oh, wait, I probably have to wait till next turn to pick up my dagger. Okay, I'm back.
Yeah, that sounds right.
And then I'm going to throw a dagger at one of the kobolds that's in contact with Vicious, the one on the south.
I think that one might be at disadvantage for range.
I have sharpshooter.
Oh, yeah, word. 15 will hit, 6 will kill.
And that's it for my turn.
Kobold is going to strike out at Vicious with advantage. 18 to hit for 3 piercing. And then it will go to Vicious.
Why did he get advantage?
They have pack tactics. If they have an ally next to you, they have advantage.
Oh, nice.
That's why
Must be
fighting 20 kobolds is usually not a good idea.
Well, that's why I ran back outside. I realized, after that it was a bad idea. Okay. I'm gonna try and bash at the one directly to the west.
24 will hit. 8 will kill.
Yeah, try that for pack instinct.
And if that is the end of your turn,
Oh yeah, sorry. Yes.
we'll go to Madame Eva.
All right, we'll do a. Let's do a firebolt on Kobold 7.
Crit will hit, 3 damage will wound, but not kill. Any other movements? Bonus?
Nah, I think this is fine here.
It's rough when you crit and don't kill a kobold in one shot.
All right, yeah.
That kobold is flying like 30 feet above the ground right now. Edian will do Orison on Vicious again.
I haven't
And
actually used.
go to Araxis.
Well, I'm gonna try to hit Kobold 9 with my bow.
23 will hit. 5 will kill.
Yeah, okay, 5. 5. Yeah, and I would still keep to stay behind the rock. And that would be the end of my turn.
And to Doc.
Free action, pick up my dagger. And then move right here. I will throw. Is there still a kobold? Wait, what is there? 2 right there? Or 3?
I believe there are 2 living kobolds left.
I will dagger the one that's by Adian or Cobalt 7. And then the
15 will
5
hit and
kobold.
kill. And 16. 16 hits. I will leave it wounded.
And then I'll use my last of my movement. And that's it.
To Vicious.
All right, I'm gonna run through the dead things, I guess, here to the empty space, because you know, and then go after the one that's there.
That one is 30 feet in the air. Do you have another javelin?
Yes, I do have another javelin.
You can take a javelin and throw at it. Throw up a d4. Actually, wait, 13 might be the AC of the flying ones. Yep, that'll hit a kill.
How big are these things? Like 50 pounds or something?
Kobolds are pretty.
Or what?
They're pretty tiny. They're roughly screech size, but yeah, probably like 35 to 50 pounds on a bigger one.
So like the size of a toddler, like and they come crashing to the ground.
I've never really
Kind of
thrown a
a neat
toddler,
idea.
but I imagine it's probably pretty similar.
Sounds much the same when they hit the ground. Bones are mostly cartilage.
It's always interesting what expertise your friends have, you know?
Yeah, they outlawed the midget tossing before I was ever able to try that too.
They still have axe throwing at bars, though, which is very peculiar.
Yeah, you can go specifically to those places. It's like, hey, why don't you celebrate your 21st birthday or your bachelor party with lots of alcohol and axe throwing?
I feel like the ones around me, you've got to BYOB, but otherwise, like, there's the axe throwing shit is one of the craziest, like, random trends of our modern society.
Right. It's just a bunch of hipsters in plaid skirts.
Like, you too can buy into our axe throwing franchise. Like, wait, I need to buy a franchise to throw axes as a business?
They also need higher fences because I've seen a few of them actually go over a fence.
Oh gosh, that's great.
But that cleans up the combat. This is probably where we will leave it off here. I think realistically, I guess we could get you all back to the keep, but it doesn't have to be much of an effort, so we can just start back off in the keep next time, and that way we don't have to go and gather Josh.
Definitely trying to search the bodies, pick up my daggers, and search the building.
Alrighty. Make a investigation check.
Yeah, I would like to join Doc on searching the building.
Yeah, I'll go get a tree or something. Fine, yeah.
So you all can find a spear, a collection of 6 daggers, a bunch of slings, probably fucking one. I guess one functioning sling. The actual inside of the building, damn, I forgot about fucking Eva's flame. It definitely would have set the building on fire. It seems like the kobolds did a pretty good job of cleaning out the actual goods and throwing them into the river. So there's not really much for grain here. I don't know if there's really anything in the building to be found.
Okay, so explain the fires that didn't burn anything.
They were setting a trap for you all, so they were burning stuff around the actual barn or around the actual mill to try to get the heroes to come here. And then I forgot about Madame Eva's fire that I should have been spreading every round of combat.
Okay, but it wasn't an illusion and it wasn't trying to do anything else. It was just like a little fire in a, I don't know, a pot
No,
or something.
definitely an actual trap.
Okay.
What was your goal shooting the building with fire, Ben?
Oh man, I had already disabled or disarmed that combat. Like all we had to do was not attack them, and these guys would have just walked off. That was the funniest thing. As soon as I left the conversation in the other room, Jared told me, he's like, as long as you don't, nobody else attacks in the next 3 rounds, you guys are good. And I was like, oh, well, that's not going to happen.
Yeah, well, the way you said that we had to stay there until sunrise and everybody had to leave, I know that we're on a time crunch, so we couldn't just stay here for another 4 hours.
Well, I mean, the sun is rising already. But, I mean, in either case, it's fine. It worked out.
So what was the point of shooting the building with fire?
Oh, well, I was just that was for me to save myself, so that they wouldn't think I was part of this rabble that was trying to attack them.
All right, well, before we leave, we're definitely going to put out like the relevant fires, like right here. Grab a bucket from inside and take it over. Like anything that looks like it would be potentially damaging to the well or to the mill.
Yeah, overall, you all saved the mill. It did not burn down.
I just want to put some thing out. As you say, we could you wanted to save time with killing any kobolds, but the other thing is we spent resources to kill them. So if you would to be optimizing, we would just take the grain, run away, and but it's alright. We killed them, so got some good fights.
Yeah, I had the idea. The throwing the grain in the river, then we could get it down the river to the people of the keep.
But I think I mean Erexus was like, okay, I saw they had been intended, but I was waiting for the signal from Doc to attack.
From a practical perspective, I don't understand the throwing the grain in the river part because it just doesn't seem like it would be. Um,
Logistical. You can move a lot more weight if it's buoyant and floating. And the river would do most of the work for us on them for in that way too.
So we
yeah, but
successfully fed the next town over because there's nobody to like catch the grain and like stop it. So maybe we could say that like Josh's character was like waiting there to like pull them out of the river or something.
I mean, we would definitely be able to move faster than this bunch of grain that's floating in the water.
As
okay,
everything wraps up combat-wise, you would hear Edian with a shock of notice as everything kind of calms down and the adrenaline calms. As she takes a moment to cast a spell, and she contacts Escobar to let him know the grain is being floated down to the keep as we speak.
Sweet.
And so I don't know how you guys plan to get back to the keep, and I would just say let's jump into the water and go downstream.
We can't because our cleric can't swim.
Okay, so where's the book?
Yep, I believe Edian is wearing a chainmail shirt. Heavy armor and swimming do not bode well.
Rust.
All right, so we will leave that to next week, or will we just go back now?
Oh, as far as things go, again, I would rather just start off with Josh. We are just going to fast forward to you all back in the keep starting next session.
Yeah, that's cool.
All right.
All right, can I be like healed, and
She
rested?
used all of the healing.
No, like, am I starting next session rested and healed, or are we just going to be like trudging back and in the same state?
Well, I think at this point we'll probably have to be at the same state, but I guess we could decide whether we want to rest or not.
All right.
Yeah, this entire part of the adventure is without resources. This is probably one of the longest running nights of any single person's life, is a town being attacked.
Okay, I agree with that.
It was part of what was relatively funny about how quickly resources were being spent the first time everybody played their characters, because you had not yet been warned by having met anybody at the keep who were basically somebody who was able to tell you, yeah, this is going to be a long night.
Well, I guess we are always you're always telling us that tonight it will be a long night, and I already guessed it. So it's as I expected. In the end, we are going down with our low health, but that's a part of it.
That was a great session.
As far as things go, if you all have hit dice, you can potentially take a short rest back at the keep, and you could expend more hit dice. We can either manage that at the end of this session here or at the start of next session. I believe Josh is completely set with Carlisle, but I'm not sure if he has short rest material that he could gain other than hit points.
I would
Part
say
of
we should do it next week.
word. Yeah, that was part of the worst part of having him missing, is he was the character who was probably best set to actually be a constant tank.
Well, good thing is for he has everything of his spells and or what he didn't had to use something this week, so he has everything left for next week, so he can tank next week.
Yep, but as you all head back towards the keep, you would notice that there are even fewer, apparently, people about the town itself. It seems much safer on your progress back through the kind of like side roads and then back up through the old tunnel. You are able to make it back into the keep, and we will rejoin the adventurers for what should be the last night of Greenest in Flames.
Okay, I don't know how many hit points I have because it was on my token. I was gonna update my character sheet, but now
Just take a look, yeah.
9.
You should
All
be
right,
at 9.
cool.
Everybody else otherwise have your character sheet and your D&D Beyond sync.
Yep.
Yeah, all right, I'm good, and I still have 3 hit dice, so I can use them next time. All right, so I guess that's it. This is like our shortest session because we didn't actually really start till after 1.
That was a good session.
Yeah.
Well, I must say we
We'll
were
throw it out to you that the next session is you all getting the choice whether you want to fight a dragon and whether you want to fight a dragon champion. Those are literally the next 2 things for you all to come in contact with.
What's a dragon champion?
Probably somebody who is nearly as threatening, but not as threatening as a dragon.
And the non-combat options.
Sleeping through the night and pretending that Greenest is not being attacked.
Perfect.
Let's do that. I would like to fight something when I have more double-digit hit points, at least, you know?
I believe Madame Eva would have chosen the sleeping to the night option if we would have gotten her tent.
Madam
I thought
Eva
she was gonna. I thought she was about to jump in the river and go get her tent.
I mean, might as well. I mean, I've got nothing left, and I'm sitting there trying to do what I can
Yeah, certain
for the
characters
last
are
2
definitely.
sessions.
Yeah, certain characters are definitely like gimped bad by not getting a long rest.
Well, this entire mission is not meant to be something that people are supposed to feel comfortable with, because there is an ancient blue dragon attacking the city as far as any level 1 is supposed to be concerned, and you are just inundated with combat after combat after combat after combat after combat.
I did
How
get
is
some good
anyone?
info, though.
How is anyone supposed to do this with the level 1 character? I can't even imagine.
You are not meant to really get through this. I mean, this entire campaign is epic on the level of shit is almost always very much stacked against you. But that's supposed to be the threat, is that the cult of the dragon is on the verge of destroying the entirety of the Sword Coast. This just so happens to be the least balanced aspect of the entire campaign. That Death's Door is meant to be the entire focus of this night of combat.
Well, like, how is a level 1 supposed to survive through a scorching ray?
Oh, I mean, I'm not saying that I haven't created stuff to try to give you all an actual challenge of this, but that's also why I've tried to remove stuff from the actual situation. It's also designed for 3 to 4 people instead of 6.
Right. I got you. So when we're playing with 4 people at level 3, it's not like we're literally playing the level 1 version.
Right.
No, but this is supposed to be a fuck all of a night of combat. That's why, like, the actual. I mean, I removed a lot of kobolds before you guys even moved up there, and I was like, yeah, I'll drag the dragon sorcerers out of that back area because Ben had disarmed the situation. I would have just fucking deleted them off the map had I realized that you guys were going to take that to combat. Because I knew that they were, like, even the dragon shield, the only reason I kept him there is because Ben fucking destroyed that skill challenge. He had a 22, a 9, a 24, a 19, and a 29. Like, that was a fucking really, really positive skill challenge in convincing the kobolds that I'm friendly, that we're here to take the grain, that you all should help us take the grain, that Frulam changed the actual plan, and that we can take over.
Oh yeah, and I got a lot of names too.
What?
I got some information from the kobolds. So all in all, fairly successful interaction.
I'm still not getting the grain part because bags of flour do not float well.
They're all like boarded up. I mean, the bags will rot. That was part of the thing is he was convincing the kobolds to destroy all of the food. But by throwing the ones that were in wood, that stuff is meant to be floating down. But again, it's more to actually satisfy the function of tricking the kobolds that they were destroying stuff that you were basically floating downstream to yourself.
Yeah, the
Fine.
way the conversation went, it wasn't going to. They weren't going to let the grain go without like feeling like they destroyed it.
You can just imagine that it was like in barrels that were sealed tight, half full of air that were floated down the river.
Right. There's a lot of Bilbo Baggins, thinking.
Barrels are buoyant.
Makes
They're
sense.
made of wood.
Definitely trying to work with your ideas and play it off of that rather than worrying about all of the logistics.
In a world with dragons and magic, it's okay to play with our ideas and do that, but we can't shoot flaming arrows.
Oh my gosh. Wow. Who pissed in your Cheerios?
If you get alchemist fire, which is expensive as fuck, you can definitely make flaming arrows.
I'm gonna do a real life like what's that show where they like Mythbusters and see if you can actually shoot a flaming arrow or not.
I'm sure there's a Mythbusters on it.
Yeah, that's like where I've come across them disproving the fact of flaming arrows having never existed.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like if an arrow was like, let's say, lit on fire but not completely destroyed yet, and then you shot it, when it hit like the embers, the arrow might not survive, but the embers would be enough to be able to light like flammable oil on fire. But again, I like the idea of you working with our ideas to be able to accomplish things.
How many kobolds were in that fight?
An ass load.
More than 10?
Yeah, there was at least 10 because they're like numbered 1 through 10. So
Yeah, but I deleted some kobolds too.
Yeah, I normally don't mind the dynamic lighting, but that map was not working correctly.
There were 9 kobolds, 2 winged kobolds, the kobold dragon shield, and 3 kobold sorcerers got away.
So we fought 12, and then there's 3 that might join up with some other group, and we'd have to deal with them later.
Yeah, but they got out of here with arrows sticking out of their asses.
All right, I'm gonna sign out then.
See ya. Thanks so much.
Bye.
You well, Jamie. Have a great evening.
Later, Jamie. Good game.
It's fun.
Bye. Yeah, I will head out of it then too. Have a good night.
You well, Jan. Have a good one.
Later, Ian.
Goodbye.
Good job today, buddy.
So is everything okay, Justin?
Oh yeah, I'm just tired of like everything I ever try to do getting argued with. Like especially when I try to bring like a lot to the group and like bring like actual fun to it. It seems like everything I try to do other than just talk in my regular voice and like click one button just gets argued with.
Really not trying to argue.
Yeah.
Me either. I mean, you literally